Okay.
Okay, welcome everybody to the Licensing Act 2003 subcommittee for the hearing for Mould Nightclub. The first item on the agenda is appoint of chair. Could I have an appointment, please? A nomination.
I'm quite happy to.
Sorry, go on.
Go ahead, Howard.
I nominate Councillor Townsend.
Okay, I'm quite happy to do it. Councillor Gill, are you okay if I chair?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine with me, is that, Mark?
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
No worries.
Okay, please, everybody who's in the meeting, please bear with us whilst we go through some standard items that have to be gone through on every licensing subcommittee meeting. And then we'll come to the actual matter in hand. So this should only take a few minutes. First of all, any apologies for absence? I believe everybody's here who should be here. Please stop me, Imelda, if
no, that's correct. Anything. That's correct, Councillor.
Thank you. Minutes of the last meeting. There's actually a mistake on the actual agenda. It actually says we should be approving the subcommittee meeting held on the 21st of February 2020. It should actually be the 17th of April 2020. I chaired those proceedings. So I'm quite happy that those meeting minutes are a correct record. Are Councillor Gill and Councillor Baker, are you in agreement that those minutes are fine?
I was also at the meeting, Chair, and I also agree the minutes.
I also agree with minutes.
Thank you very much. Item number 4, additional items of business. Imelda, have any been received?
None, Chair.
Thank you. Item number 5, are there any declarations of interest?
No.
No, good. Item number 6, exclusion of the public. As per the agenda, but I do notice, and perhaps you can help me out here, Imelda, there are some items excluded which appear to be the appendices. I don't know how we treat those.
Yeah, I think it's important that members don't, when referring to anything there, don't reveal any of the names of the individuals within those documents. There are those items that can be considered when you retire to the private session, when you take your decision, or if we need to retire in the meantime, Alison will facilitate that for you.
Okay, thank you. So I just welcome that as we go through proceedings, if legal officers and democracy can just keep an eye on the members, and if we're straying into dangerous ground, please tell us as quickly as you possibly can. Okay. So we're now at item number 7, which is the determination of a review of the premises licence at Mould Nightclub, 77 Hammerston Street, Burnley, BB11 1LE. What I want to do is first just go through how we're going to proceed through this item, and then we'll get into the actual substance. But what I'd like to do first, and I know Alison did a roll call, but not everybody's appeared on the screen in front of us, so it would be helpful if everybody could identify themselves, and then we know we can put a face to a name if that's okay. So I'll go through one by one, and if you could just say a few words like hello to get your face on the screen, that would be great, and then at least everybody knows who we're talking to. So Councillor Baker, can you just say a few words?
Yeah, I'm Councillor Baker, Councillor for Deerplate and Cold Clough, and a member of the Licensing Committee.
Okay, Councillor Gill.
Hello, I'm Councillor Peter Gill for Haptonwood Park, also on the Licensing Committee.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mahana, I know you're only reserved, but it's worth please just introducing yourself. No? Okay, I will just go through the rest of the list. PC Mick Jones, please identify yourself.
Good morning, I'm PC. Yeah.
bear with us. We're PC Michael Jones, licensing officer at Burnley Police Station.
Thank you very much. Sergeant Gary Hennigan.
Yeah, here, Gary Hennigan, licensing sergeant, Lancashire Constabulary.
Thank you. Andrew Ashcroft from Lancashire County Council.
Yeah, Andrew Ashcroft, Senior Public Health Practitioner from Lancashire County Council. Unfortunately, our Director of Public Health and Head of Service can't be present today because of other work around COVID, so I'm presenting on their behalf.
Thank you very much. Richard Brown from Burnley Council.
Good morning, Richard Brown, Community Safety Officer from Burnley Council, representing street scene colleagues from the environmental waste team.
Okay, thank you. And apologies if I mispronounce any names when I go through the rest, because obviously they're new to me. Rebecca McQuoid.
Hi, I'm Rebecca McQuoid. I'm the premises licence holder in the DPS of Maud Nightclub.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Malcolm Ireland.
Morning, Chair. Malcolm Ireland from Napton Solicitors. I represent the premises licence holder.
Thank you very much. And Leo Charambolides.
So, good morning, Leo Charambolides, licensing barrister representing the premises. I've taken advantage of putting a question in the chat box, which is, I have a question about excluded items. Alison has said, okay, mention when you introduce yourself. So the first thing I want to ask is, how are you using the chat box? And then secondly, at whatever stage is convenient to you, I think I've got the excluded items, but I'd quite like to double check that I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'll just go through the rest of the introductions and then we'll just come back to that, Leo, if that's okay. You don't mind me calling you Leo, do you?
Not at all. Not at all.
Thank you. Thank you. I think, right, we've seen Imelda. David Talbot, can you please introduce yourself?
Yes, Chair. I'm David Talbot. I'm the Senior Solicitor for Burnley Council, and I'm acting as legal advisor to this committee this morning.
Okay, and John Clucas, the Licensing Officer from Burnley Borough Council.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Members, John Clucas, the Licensing Officer for Burnley Borough Council.
Okay, thank you. Before we proceed, then obviously Leo has raised a couple of questions. Can you just repeat the questions, Leo, and then we'll just take them one at a time?
So, yes, under section 9 of the agenda, there are references to 3 items which are excluded from the agenda. A reference to Annex B, which is the review application. I should at the outset say I think I have everything unredacted, but obviously I don't necessarily know if that's correct. So I think I do have the full review application. I hope everyone does. If I don't, then, and it becomes apparent during the meeting, I'll let you know. I then have, there's a reference to Appendix 1, unredacted. I believe that is to do with the police summary of incidents, which are under 7C of your agenda, which starts at page 33. And what I seem to have is page 33 and then 34 to 36. But in my version, it's double that number. So I have what I consider to be a very full and helpful summary, but my fear is that the published agenda has only half the pages for you. And obviously this is much more important for my police colleagues. So it might be worth checking that we all have the full summary of incidents, because it's certainly more than 3 pages. And then finally, Appendix C refers to what I think is the public health representations, which again I have in full, and I think the redactions go to the images which are taken from online social media. So I think I have those. So my biggest concern is actually for the police summary. I don't know if there's any references to other unredacted material, in which case I don't have it. And the only other problem I have is to do with the CCTV. So prior to lockdown, we were making efforts to get it across to me. My Mac laptop can't play it. My instructing solicitor has seen it. If we're going to look at the CCTV, I would ask that it's shown on the screen so I can see it, because I've only had a narrative. I think so far, hopefully those are my problems, and hopefully they'll be the only problems. But hopefully we've all got the papers. Does that sound about right to everyone?
Well, yeah, I'll just ask, is there anybody from Burnley Council officers or from anybody else on the call who wants to comment about these documents, unredacted or redacted, from what's just been said?
Chair?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I have a slight problem with the police submission, or on the police evidence, that it seems to jump from page 34 to page 35, but misses some bits. Page 34 ends with incident 2 and starts off as attended mode to visit friends, and ends with, sorry, has attended mode to visit friends and has attempted to, and then continues with the words injury. The victim has sustained. So I've lost half of part incident 2 and half of incident 3, I guess. I don't know whether everyone else is the same. It may just be my copy.
So
it's the same for me as well.
That's my copy too. And I think what has happened is every other page has been copied in part C. So if I could.
So I have a full copy. So I have page 359, which starts with incident 2 at the bottom, and then turns over and has assist more door staff on the rear of that page.
Sorry, Alison, what did you say?
Sorry, Alison, you've lost me. What page were you on?
So in the numbered printed agenda pack that we've received, my police incidents start on page 358, and then I have incident 2 at the bottom of page 359. Turning over,
yeah,
I've got page 360 on the back. Have you got that now, Councillor Baker?
I have it on the second presentation of the evidence. Yeah, it's there. I've got 358, 359, because obviously the DPS evidence or information she supplies refers to it, so I thought we should have it. But if we have it, great, no problem.
Oh, I see what you mean. That basically those sheets are replicated again a lot later in the pack. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Got it.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Sorry, Chair. There are redacted versions in the pack, and then the documents that are listed as at the end are the unredacted versions of the documents.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Okay. So is everybody happy they've got what they should have? Yes.
So yes, it's just the issue of the CCTV. Other than that, I think we all have access to everything.
Oh, okay. Can somebody comment on CCTV? Are we seeing any CCTV today? No.
John, could you comment on that?
I've not been aware of it.
I mean, in respect to the CCTV, I've not been made aware that that's going to be form part of any of the representations that any agency is going to make. It's my colleagues in the police that would have the final say, because obviously I don't know what their representations are going to be, but I'm not aware that we are required to show any CCTV as part of this hearing.
Okay, and I think the final question you had, Leo, was about our use of chat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so
go ahead,
sorry,
Alison.
Go ahead. If you have any questions, if you'd like to pop them on the public chat, I will bring them to the chair's attention at the appropriate point. If that's okay with everybody.
So absolutely, thank you. So I'll, rather than raising my hand or waving, I'll type in the box, and just also let you know that my instructing solicitor and my client are on a WhatsApp group that I've got on a phone by my side. So I'm communicating with them that way. So if I'm occasionally looking away and typing somewhere else, it's because I'm trying to get them to answer a question or give information or take instructions. So thank you.
Can I just clarify a point from the police?
Go ahead, Sergeant Hennigan. Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, in terms of the CCTV, obviously this is new territory are these virtual reviews, and ordinarily what would happen is we would come to a review and be able to show the CCTV. I'm just wondering if everyone has had an opportunity, particularly the committee members, to view any CCTV that's been submitted as part of our representation.
Well, as chair, I haven't seen any CCTV, and I'm not sure about. Have any other members of the committee seen any CCTV?
I have not seen any CCTV, this or any other in sort of meeting that we've had in the past. So it's not a normal thing to show CCTV evidence, I would suggest.
Yeah, we have shown CCTV at the council chambers, which is part of the course. But like I say, it's new territory, and if only a handful of us have seen it, I don't propose start messing about with technology to try and get it up on the big screen, being a bit of a Luddite too, and I don't trust our servers necessarily. So when it comes to CCTV, we will try and address it the best we can through just a verbal submission on what has been seen.
Okay, thank you. I think that clears up the introductions and the questions at the beginning of the hearing. Thanks very much for that. Now, next, I'm going to just ask the licensing manager at Burnley Borough Council to confirm that all interested parties have been notified of these proceedings, and are there any interested parties who are not present?
Yes, Chair, I've sent out invitations and I've received positive responses from everybody. So everybody that's been invited is present.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, when we start going through the proceedings, the way we're going to run through things is, first of all, the licensing officer is going to present the report, and then we're going to have the individual party representations. And I'm going to take those in the order of, first of all, the police, then the Lancashire County Council, then Burnley Borough Council, and then the licence holder. After each representation from the parties, everybody interested will be asked for if they want to ask questions of that representation that's just happened. First of all, it'll be the parties, and then I'll ask the committee members after they've heard the representation and all the questions. Then the committee members will be able to ask a question. When all the representations are complete, so once we've gone through everybody's representations and all the questions are complete, each party will be asked if they wish to sum up. At that point, you can't introduce any new evidence or any new issues. It's purely about summing up what has been said. Then the committee will retire to consider their determination, and we'll do that alongside a legal officer from Burnley Borough Council. And then the committee will return to the meeting, and myself will announce the determination. Is everybody okay with that process?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll start at the start of that process, obviously, good place to start. So can the licensing officer for Burnley Borough Council please present the report?
Yes, good morning, everybody. I've previously circulated my written report. I'll pick out the salient points in relation to this. So the purpose of this hearing is to advise members of the requirements to determine an application for review under the Licensing Act 2003. The premises in question are the Maud Nightclub, 77 Hamilton Street, Burnley. Members are recommended to make a determination at the conclusion of the hearing as required by the Regulations and Licensing Act Hearing Regulations of 2005. Having considered all the relevant facts, the committee is empowered to take any of the following steps which are necessary to promote the licensing objectives. The 5 different options are to modify the conditions of the licence, to exclude the licensable activity from the scope of the licence, to remove the designated premises supervisor, to suspend the licence for a period not exceeding 3 months, or indeed to revoke the licence. And you are responsible for determining such applications. I remind everybody that the licensing objectives are prevention of crime and disorder, public safety, prevention of public nuisance, and the protection of children from harm. Now, the premises currently hold a premises licence, and a copy of that is attached in your papers at Appendix A. The hold of the premise licence holder and also the designated premises supervisor is Rebecca McQuaid, and she holds a personal licence which was issued by Chorley Borough Council. Now, Rebecca is also the DPS at Project Nightclub, which is a similar premises, and that's at 13 to 17 Hamilton Street, Burnley, and that holds a club premises licence, and that's issued and held by Burnley Holdings A Limited, and Rebecca is the sole director of that company. So that this premises operates in the evenings and weekends, basically close to the same time Maud is open. So Rebecca has responsibilities for 2 separate businesses. Now, as a result of the licensing hearing held on the 12th of December 2017 in respect of Maud Nightclub, which at that time was trading under the name of Vogue, a number of stringent licensing conditions were added to the premises license. So the premises Maud has been subject to a previous review, and that was held under a committee on the 12th of December 2017, and councillors and members made some determinations at that hearing. In the decision notice for that hearing, and I'll say this as it is recorded in the minutes, at the meeting of the licensing subcommittee held on Tuesday the 12th of December 2017, after considering the review and all representations, the committee decided to accept the conditions and hours proposed by the police and Vogue Nightclub on the 6th of December 2017, as per the attached document, which replaced the existing conditions set out in Annex 2 of the licence. It went on to say the police's approach for them is to be proactive and to review the licence again should that be relevant, and that was agreed to. And the reason for that decision was having regard to the prevention of crime and disorder licensing objectives. Now, on the 31st of January this year, 2020, the licensing authority here at Burnley received an application from the Lancashire Constabulary to review the premises licence of Maud Nightclub. And the grounds for the application was that the licensing objectives relating to the prevention of crime and disorder, the protection of children from harm, and public safety were not being observed. Lancashire Constabulary say that it received reports of disproportionately high number of incidents, some involving people under the age of 18 years of age, and there was a lack of care afforded to customers who had left the premises or who were ejected from the premises. Now, the review application submitted by the Constabulary is in your papers, and that's at Appendix B. Once we put that out to representations, the Licence Authority has received 2 other representations, one from Lancashire County Council Public Health, and that's represented by Andrew Ascroft this morning, and a copy of that is attached at Appendix C. And the second representation was from Burnley Borough Council Street Scene, and a copy of that was attached to Appendix D, and those are being represented by Richard Brown from Burnley Council this morning. In terms of policy implications, there are 16 separate items that I've referred to in my report from Burnley Borough Council Statement of Licensing Policy. I don't intend to go into each of those 16. All of those are detailed and summarised in my report. And the final thing I'd bring to the attention of the committee is members are reminded of the consideration should be given of the Human Rights Act in 1998. In particular, those rights afforded by Article 6, a right to a fair hearing, Article 1 of the First Protocol, the protection of property, and Article 8, right to respect for private and family life. In terms of consultation, statutory consultation has taken place. As I've mentioned before, there were 2 representations made, and those have been detailed in my report, as I've mentioned earlier. And that concludes my report to the council.
Thank you very much. Okay. Are there any questions that anybody wants to raise to the licensing officer at this stage? I know I've always still wait a few seconds whilst people take their mics off mute.
No.
Okay.
Bounce back 3 times then.
Councillor Gill, are you okay from a committee member's point of view in terms of questions?
Yeah, I've got no questions as yet. Thank you.
Okay. Right. What we're going to do now is take the representations from the police. And first of all, I've got the applicant, PC Michael Jones. So, Michael, can you please make your representation on behalf of the police?
Good morning. Is everyone hearing me all right? So, I'm PC Michael Jones. I'm currently working in the licensing department at Burnley Police Station. If I may, I'll just give a quick introduction as to why we've come to this stage. I will then go through the review application, then go into the details of the incidents that have raised concerns. I did receive yesterday morning by email a statement from Rebecca McQuaid. She's highlighted some issues. As we go along, if everyone's in agreement, I will try and address those issues, but unfortunately I've had a fairly short period of time just to try and establish some of those questions that have been raised. As I say, I'm PC Michael Jones, call number 2623. I've been a police officer for 23 years. The vast majority would be in the Rossendale Valley, covering immediate response. I took up my post in the licensing department in June 2019. As I say, I haven't really worked Burnley. I knew the premises, the immediate area of the football ground, but other than that, I have no prior knowledge of the premises. When I used to walk into work, some officers would say to me, when are you going to do something about mould? This would be generally at the end of their run of 6 shifts, ending in night shifts at 7 AM. And there was just a look of desperation on some of them that there were, the problems that were caused at mould at that time in the morning. So I've interrogated the police innkeeper system, which is a system where incidents relating to licensed premises are documented, and we can see lists of premises that are causing issues. When we've looked at those systems, Maud, it was number 1 or highest, for instance, in Burnley, and number 1 for the east of Lancashire, which was fairly alarming. I've no doubt that exceptional circumstances will be referred to during this hearing, but I find it difficult to quantify what that is. Is it one major incident or a series of less serious incidents which, brought together, make exceptional circumstances? I believe that we have a combination of both here today. I don't underestimate the serious consequences that a review has, and especially to the effect of the employees that are employed at the Moor. But I feel that we've reached a point where a review has become the only the option. I will provide evidence that steps have been made both by myself and Sergeant Hennigan to resolve issues with Rebecca at the club, and offered up suggestions in order to prevent a review which had appeared to have gone unheeded. Say in December 2017, a review of the premises licence was brought under the Prevention of Crime and Disorder licensing objective with regards to incidents including serious assaults, violence from door staff allowing underage people into the venue with little or no ID checks, and rudeness and lack of interest from door staff when incidents were highlighted. Incidents involving the use of drugs were also highlighted. As a result of the review, a set of stringent conditions were imposed as part of the licence contained in the appendix. Most notable were conditions around the supply of CCTV, door staff required to wear body cameras and to record all ejections and issues with customers. The premises will be completely glass-free with all sales served in only plastic or polycarbonate containers. The exception to this will be in the VIP area only, when under the personal supervision of premises staff. Protection of children regarding under 18s events, but more importantly, around recognised forms of ID. I'll just go through the application for review. As I say, I'm Michael Jones. I'm bringing this apply for review of the premises licence under section 51 of the Licensing Act 2003 for the premises mode. One of the grounds for the to bring in the review is for the Prevention of Crime and Disorder licensing objective. It's in the view of Lancashire Police that there is a disproportionate high number of reported incidents of crime and disorder associated with these premises, and that the licensing objective of the Prevention of Crime and Disorder is now being seriously undermined at the premises. There have been numerous reports of that door staff have been aggressive, abusive and causing physical injuries to patrons at the club. There are also concerns regarding the number of the premises licence conditions not being adhered to, and can also evidence difficulty in accessing evidential CCTV footage from the premises, which has had implications on the effective investigation of a significant number of crimes and incidents at the premises. Under the Protection of Children from Harm objective, there have been reports from Blackburn Royal Hospital that a 17-year-old girl was brought in from the club in an unconscious state, possibly having had her drink spiked and possibly sexually assaulted. On the same night, there was a report of an 18-year-old being brought into A&E in the same condition. There was an issue with CCTV which frustrated the investigation. The local PCSO has identified 3 children photographed on the official Mode Facebook page, one aged 17, the other 2 15 years old. One of the 15-year-olds suffers from mental health problems, issues with alcohol and illegal substances, and is at risk of child sexual exploitation. The other 15 is again at risk of child sexual exploitation and involved in county lines drug trade. A further report from the mother of a 15-year-old male who saw her son in Mode on the official Mode photographs in company with 2 older males who are known to be part of an organised crime group. The 15-year-old male is linked to county lines drug dealing and at risk of exploitation. A 15-year-old girl employed by Rebecca McQuaid as a glass collector at Project went into Mode following her shift, returned home and tragically took her own life. And whilst at this time there is no direct connection, the child was employed in breach of government restrictions and, in my view, employed in a situation where she was at risk. And finally, on public safety, there are concerns surrounding the lack of care afforded to customers who have been ejected or left the premises or are in need of medical assistance. There are reported incidents where members of the public have assisted people and summoned the emergency services directly outside the premises when it appeared that door staff were not offering any assistance. There is police evidence of disorder, customers becoming unconscious through drink and drugs, violence from customers and door staff, and general nuisance from taxi cabs blocking the road outside and little evidence of the door staff monitoring or assisting with the dispersal at closure times. So the premises known as Mode is located on Hamilton Street, Burnley. The premises are licensed for sale by retail of alcohol between the following hours: Monday through till Sunday, 2100 hours to 0600 hours. The premises don't use all these hours and normally are only open for business from midnight on a Thursday, Friday and Saturday evening, when they usually trade until 6 AM the following morning. There are licensed for a number of other licensable activities, including live music and recorded music. The designated premises supervisor and premises licence holder is Rebecca Louise Alice McQuaid. Bearing in mind these premises are only open 3 days a week for a maximum of 6 hours on each occasion, it is our view that the seriousness of the incidents is disproportionate and very concerning, and indicate that the prevention of crime disorder licensing objective is being undermined at the premises. It should be noted that regular meetings have been held with those responsible at the premises, and police concerns are regularly mentioned and discussed and recommendations made. On the police databases, there are 62 incidents reported to police in the last 12 months, which can be shown to be linked to Mode. These 62 incidents created 91 generated police logs, and whilst they accepted that these are duplicated reports, they still take time to process on an individual basis. Using the same search criteria for other late licensed premises in Burnley Town Centre, the next busiest premises had 45 incidents in the same period. Again, using the same data, 58% of those incidents occur between 0400 hours until 0800 hours, and approximately half of those occur between the hours of 0500 and 0600. 19% of the incidents occur between 3 AM and 4 AM. Mode is one of the later opening venues, and as such they deal with patrons who are very intoxicated and potentially more vulnerable, which requires a higher standard of management. The current company providing the door staff do not appear professional enough to deal with the difficult customers, and it would appear that far too often the red mist descends and the heavy-handed and violent approach often results. Rebecca McQuaid is also the DPS at Project, which is another late-night venue in Burnley Town Centre, and it raises concerns that she cannot supervise both venues, which are open at the same time to a safe and satisfactory level. She received a police course in 2018 for breach of licensing activity and received a warning from Burnley Borough Council in October 2019 for failing to comply with the licensing conditions in regard to issues surrounding CCTV. If I may now, I'll just go into more detail into the incidents which we are submitting. As I say, you can see from the review application that we have serious issues around the door staff, CCTV, underage admissions, drugs, and underage employment. Some of the incidents involving more than one of the issues. When I first began to look at the issues at Mode, it became apparent that there were numerous complaints relating to Northwest security. In particular, their heavy-handedness, rudeness, which included racist behaviour, verbal abuse, especially to females, and a lack of care to customers who find themselves in difficulties. As a response police officer, the role was a reactive one. A crime was committed, police officers attend to deal with it, offenders receive some type of punishment, and we move on to the next crime. However, once I joined the licensing team, it became quickly apparent that there was a significantly different way of dealing with such things, and having attended and read reviews for other premises, the common theme was that premises licence holders and DPS as designated premises supervisors would sometimes use the defence that they did not know about the issues, and if they had, things could have been resolved without the need for a review. And to some degree, I will accept that. I don't see my role as whose licence should we revoke next, and I don't always have to have a review ongoing. There will always be one premises at the top of the list for incidents, but to me, it's how many more incidents there are and the severity of them. Reviews are time-consuming to all concerned, costly, and we would rather work with venues to iron out issues rather than the most extreme step. Once I had identified what I perceived was the problem at Mode, I arranged a meeting with Rebecca and Jason McQuaid at their other premises project in order to introduce myself and to raise the issues. The meeting was held on the 20th of August 2019. I had a list of 9 incidents relating to door staff which we discussed. Sergeant Hennigan was also present. Between the meeting being arranged and actually taking place, there was another incident discussed relating to the very popular Sopranos evening, where there was music playing past closing time with little evidence that the event was winding down. As part of this incident, it became evident that door staff were not wearing their body cameras, which was part of the licensing conditions. Rebecca stated that there was a problem with the clips that attached the cameras to clothing, but it would be looked into. This meeting was documented on the police innkeeper system under reference 49616, and that has been included in the appendix should you wish to read it. As I say, I will make reference to other conversations we've had with Rebecca at the relevant times. I'll first go into the summary of logs relating to door staff, and I will apologise that some of the language is quite fruity, and I hope not to offend anyone. One of the logs we've got is the 25th of August. It does go back to 2018. Male stating that he has been slammed to the floor and strangled by door staff and called a ginger cunt. Offender described as an Asian male, 30 to 40 years, large build, dark hair and beard, and wearing an orange high visibility jacket. The next one, again on the 25th of August 2018, female reports that door staff grabbing her by the hair, pushed her to the floor, pushed her down onto her knees and dragged her outside and shouted, "Suck my dick, fuck off you white bitch." The offender was described as an Asian male, 50s, large built, stroke overweight, beard, wearing a hat, all in black with an orange high-vis vest. A log on the 3rd of February 2019, female reporting that she'd been thrown down to the floor by door staff. On the 3rd of March, male attempts to re-enter the club when door staff grab him round the throat, causing bruising and grazing to the head, where he was pinned down to the ground. 5th of March 2019, male reports being kicked 4 times to the head by door staff. 6th of May last year, female reporting being dragged across the floor by door staff who states she was interfering whilst they were dealing with another incident. 16th of June last year, female reporting that her boyfriend has been beaten up by the door staff, stated he had blood all over him and he's been kicked to the head. The victim, however, was arrested for an assault on the emergency worker on that one. 29th of June last year, report of door staff having hit a male who has hit his head on the floor and not moving. Door staff state that the male was trying to enter the premises, and as they opened the door, he has fallen backwards. A log from the 17th of November 2019. The bouncers are just running up to people and assaulting them. The informant states they are just picking random people and just running up to them and assaulting them for no reason. The informant states they are grabbing phones out of people's hands and throwing them across the floor. A log on the 3rd of August last year. 2 females outside the nightclub waiting for a taxi when 2 males, one definitely being door staff, have called them white slags, fat girls and ugly fat white slags. Offenders described as Asian males wearing jeans and neon green waistcoats. The second male wearing jeans and a Berghaus coat. And then on the 20th of November last year, informant reporting that her son was assaulted by door staff at Mode by throwing him down the concrete steps and then punched him. As I say, the pictures relating to that are in the Appendix 1, and they'll be under the log number, which is LC 2019-1120-1258. Other information we've had in relation to the door staff, there's no logs relating to this, but it's information that the police have received. The head bouncer at Mode nightclub is supplying cocaine, MDMA, ecstasy. A female had cocaine in her bag, and the bouncer said, 10 and you can take it in. She paid it, and then later in the night, the head bouncer was selling pills to people for £10 each. Charlie Shabs and 2 to 3 other bouncers at Maud nightclub are regularly physically abusive to patrons at the club. A further incident, Maud nightclub is allowing drug dealing to take place on its premises and selling alcohol to under 18s. A male drug dealer is operating in the smoking area, selling bags of powder on Saturday nights into the early hours. He has been observed doing this on numerous occasions by staff, but no action taken against him. And there seems to be an air of tolerance to his activities. Further on, children as young as 16 are being served alcohol without ID checks. There is believed to be a violent disagreement between drug dealers about who can sell there. The dealer is an Asian male, aged 20 to 25, medium to large muscular build, black hair and a full beard. So those are the incidents I've documented in relation to specifically allegations against the door staff, which were currently employed. Just like to refer to incident 1 now, which was it's police log 296 on the 15th of September last year. Staff nurse contacted the police. Staff nurse from Royal Blackburn Hospital contacted police, reporting that 3 people had been brought into resus unconscious due to excessive alcohol consumption. They were all wearing a wristband for the nightclub mode. 2 of the 3 were under 18. One of the females, aged 17, told staff at the hospital that she had been thrown out of the club by a bouncer despite her condition, and a member of public had to seek medical help on her behalf. And I believe this is linked to log 327 of the same night. The police report is the sister from Royal Blackburn Hospital has contacted police reporting a female had been brought into A&E intoxicated and possibly had her drink spiked. She had been found collapsed at the front of Maud nightclub. Had reported to the hospital that she had abrasions to her bottom and there were things she couldn't recall. She was found by her friends with her dress hitched up and felt soreness to her genital area when passing urine. The staff were querying sexual assault. A police first responder was deployed, and we say this is a follow-up call from the previous log. Due to the victim having no recollection of the incident and concerns that she may have been sexually assaulted, having been spiked, CCTV was the crucial investigation tool. I made requests to Rebecca via email for the footage on behalf of the officer in the case, but the CCTV was never made available. Sergeant Hennigan also made several email requests to Rebecca and ultimately attended the premises with the intention of seizing the equipment. It was at this stage that it became apparent that the system was only recording 12 to 14 days and that the required footage was long gone. As part of the review of 2017, one of the conditions around CCTV was to ensure that the system is kept in working order, is checked regularly and any faults rectified promptly. This clearly shows that those checks could not have been done, otherwise it would have been obvious that it was not recording for the full 28 days. I made a statement to the council regarding this and Rebecca received a formal warning. I've attached my statement within the appendix and I hope you do have time to read it because I believe it documents a lack of openness and honesty and undermines my belief that Rebecca will deliver anything that is promised. Rebecca has suggested that the footage is available on several occasions, but makes a variety of excuses as to why this has not been handed in. Due to the potential issues with my emails, I requested Sergeant Hennigan contact Rebecca regarding the request for CCTV. The email was recorded under the visit 49673, which is in the appendix, and it also addresses other issues and highlights the consequences, namely the review. Now, I believe in the paperwork I received yesterday in regard to that girl being, whether or not she was in the club, Rebecca's made reference in paragraph 8 that the door staff had maintained that the 3 females did not gain access and there was no incident log which would indicate the female being ejected in the circumstances described. I've spoken to the victim's mother yesterday. She's assured me that the girl was in the premises, and we're in the process of, if it is required, getting some date stamped images from the girls' phones to prove that they were inside at the relevant time. In relation to that same incident, the mother of the girl, she says she seems to have recovered from the overdose, but we are all concerned regarding the time frame where she appears to have been missing within the club, worried that she has been sexually assaulted or worse. Also worrying is that her friends have said they had located her in the smoking area with a male. She doesn't smoke, and we've questioned who the male was. He could have been an innocent member just checking on her. Presume he will never be found, but there will always be that nagging doubt. We are really concerned by what appears to have been a complete lack of duty of care by the bouncers within the club. Her friends called the ambulance on seeing that she was foaming at the mouth. The bouncers have apparently not been happy at this and challenged their actions. As I say, the girl, blood alcohol levels were taken at the hospital, and she had a minimal amount of alcohol in her system, and the hospital still believe that she has been subject to a spiking. Incident 2, as I say, unfortunately, we would have liked to have played the CCTV, but I don't think it's going to be available on this system. Assault on door staff by a male with a bottle. This is log 210 of the 29th of December last year. A disturbance occurred at the entrance to the venue. A male who is door staff at another venue has attended mode to visit friends and has attempted to assist mode staff in the fracas and has been hit on the head with a bottle, causing a laceration. The victim was not wearing anything that identified him as door staff. The CCTV shows the suspect attempting to leave the premises carrying what appears to be a glass bottle, and a disturbance occurs just outside the door, out of view of the CCTV cameras. The disturbance then comes back inside the foyer, and one male is detained by a member of the door staff by kneeling on his neck. A bottle is dropped during the fracas. The males are ejected from the premises before the suspect appears to get something out of his pocket and strikes the victim on his head, causing a laceration. The suspect is detained on the ground by door staff, and a further male is detained, held up against a parked taxi. The male against the taxi does not appear to be putting up any resistance. CCTV shows a member of the door staff approach the male against the taxi and punch him several times to the head. The same member of door...
If I could interrupt at this stage, because what we're doing is we're referring to evidence that hasn't been submitted and isn't available either to the committee or to myself. No doubt your legal advisor will remind you of paragraph 11.15 of the section 182 guidance, which requires that all evidence that the responsible authorities are going to rely on is given to the representatives of the premises licence holder so that they can prepare a proper response to that. Now, I can't prepare a response to that, particularly because the more I hear from PC Jones, I'm quite alarmed by the slant that he is presenting on the evidence and the very clear bias, which of course I'll address you on in due course in some detail. But given the approach, the rather biased and passionate approach being taken by the officer, I would ask him not to refer to the CCTV. I would ask him not to describe the CCTV because you yourselves do not have it. I do not have it. We cannot comment on it. Effectively, what he is doing is he's undermining this hearing. He is prejudicing this hearing. If it is so important to his case, then he may well make an application to adjourn so that we can all see it properly and ensure that technology is up to date. But otherwise, I would invite him to step back from this description that none of us can follow, challenge or scrutinise as required by paragraph 9.2 of the section 182 guidance, which puts a duty on all of us to properly scrutinise the police and all responsible authorities in what they have to say. So perhaps you'd like to take some legal advice if required and direct the officer accordingly. Thank you.
Well, Chair, if I can respond to that, I do agree that any evidence that's been produced should have been given to all parties beforehand so they can have time to consider it before they attend the meeting, and should only be introduced with any other such evidence should only be introduced with the consent of all the parties, which obviously from what Leo said isn't forthcoming. Therefore, I don't think, well, certainly I've not seen the CTV footage. I don't think, as I understand it, anybody else has. If the police really need to make a decision. If they really do want to show the CCTV footage, if they think it's that important to their case, then they should be making an application for an adjournment of today's hearing so that they can get that CCTV footage in a presentable manner and serve it on the other parties so that everyone can see it beforehand. That will be a decision for them to make as to whether they want an adjournment or not, or whether they want to proceed without making that application. But I do agree that if matters are being relied upon that parties have not previously had details of, knowledge of, then it wouldn't be appropriate for the committee to take it into account.
Okay, thank you for those two interventions. So I think really the ball is in the police's court now to decide whether they want to present CCTV, in which case if they do, then we're going to have to adjourn and work out a way of making sure all parties have access to it, or you proceed with your statement and your representation now, going past that issue and on to further issues, avoiding the CCTV that we can't see.
Yeah, thank you. I was under the belief that the CCTV had been submitted to the council, and I think the barrister made reference that Mr. Ireland had access to the CCTV that we're relying on.
Okay, but we can't go on. It really needs to have been available to everybody. That's obviously not the case. So I think in the spirit of where we are right here at this moment in time, to make a decision, you have to make a decision on whether to proceed. And if you do, you have to proceed without referring to the CCTV, or if you need to adjourn and we come back to it at a later date when the CCTV has been made available to everybody on this involved in this meeting.
Yeah, if we just allow just a couple of minutes, and we can speak with Sergeant Hennigan and just make a decision. So if everyone's in agreement, if we can just take a couple of minutes just to have a quick discussion.
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock now, so a couple of minutes usually always runs into 5 or 10 minutes. So I would say reconvene at 10 past 11, and we'll see where we are at that stage.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the meeting is adjourned until 11:10 when we'll reconvene. Okay, thank you.
Okay, ready, Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so meeting recommencing at 12 minutes past 11. We left proceedings where the police were considering their position regarding CCTV. Can I go back to PC Michael Jones, please, and just explain to us your position and how you want to proceed?
Yeah, we had a brief discussion, and whilst it's disappointing that this issue has been raised about CCTV, considering the Mr. Ireland has it, we've decided to try and get this matter resolved. We're quite willing to carry on and not refer to those incidents as described.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I just speak? David from Burnley Borough Council, legal officer, are you? Is that okay to proceed?
Yes, we're okay to proceed, Chair. It just needs to be remembered then that no reference should be made to what is actually seen on the CCTV footage, because that evidence is not to be taken into account. But subject to that, it's fine to proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, please proceed with your representation, PC Jones.
Thank you for that. As I said, with that incident, it was where males had been assaulted by the door staff. I will go on to an incident now, and it's log number 560 of the 30th of August last year, in relation to a female that has had a glass or bottle thrown at her while standing next to the DJ booth, which has caused a cut to the eye. And that picture is in the appendix. You can see, hope everyone's got access to it, but the female's got a cut to the bridge of her nose. What we're concerned about is this, like the licence condition is that the premises will be completely glass free, with all sales served in only plastic or polycarbonate containers. The exception to this will be the VIP area only, and under the personal supervision of the premises staff. Although we accept that glass bottles are allowed in the VIP areas under supervision, the victim has said that a glass or bottle has been thrown at her and to inflict the injuries. She was in an area that we don't believe was within the VIP area. As I said, also other images that we've seen people holding large bottles of vodka and Jack Daniels, which we presume are glass bottles. Where our concern is that the door staff are not supervising the VIP areas, or they're not cordoned off appropriately, and vessels are getting taken onto the dance floor and causing injuries such as this to this female. Next incident, incident 3, on the 25th of January this year. Again, there was CCTV, but I won't make any reference to it. There's a male who has left the premises, is outside, and appears to be in a dispute with another male. One member of the moored door staff runs up behind, hits him. The male falls down, strikes his head on the curb edge. It's said that the photographs covering under incident 3, those the extent of the injuries. That male was taken to the Royal. He was originally taken to Blackburn, but had to be diverted to the Royal Preston, which is like a head trauma unit, because of his serious concerns. He has, however, made a recovery, and there was no serious long-term injuries, but it just highlighted the violence that is displayed from the water. We've gone to incident 4 now in the schedule. We've had a report that the parent of a 16-year-old male had seen photographs of her son inside moored with 2 older males. This is from the venue's official Facebook page. I did make Rebecca aware of this out of courtesy. When we've done some investigations, we believe the male is involved in the county lines drug running. And and this is where organised crime groups target young males to deal drugs. The juvenile is pictured with a convicted drug dealer who is on court bail for similar offences. The second male is also on bail for drug supply offences. We have evidence that the male, the juvenile, has been exploited by drug dealers to deal on his behalf. It's our concern that if due diligence had been exercised in the age verification checks, that this young male would not have made it into the club. Again, in relation to the vulnerability of children, the local PCSO Lonsdale, has been made aware of 3 young people known to her shown inside Maud on the 30th of December 2019. One of the children is 17 years old and the other 2 being only 15 years old, and one had only celebrated their birthday a month previously. One of the children has documented issues with alcohol, illegal substances, mental health issues, and the other is known to be at risk of child sexual exploitation and also being involved in the county drug lines and have access to a property where alcohol is freely available. The 17-year-old female is also a vulnerable child. Whilst I've been provided with confiscated identifications since the review has been submitted, it's still apparent that underage children were or are getting into the premises, which begs the question, is everyone subject to ID checks? Are the checks thorough enough? Are some people being let into the venue despite their age, and if so, why? Especially with juveniles that are being used to sell drugs. A fourth point is everyone being searched. Due to children being allowed entry into the venue, it would suggest that if checks are being done, they are not being done to a satisfactory level. The police and other agencies have been involved with these children for some time and been allowed to enter licensed premises potentially until 6 a.m. in the morning with access to alcohol and drugs is not helping with this process. There is no expectation that the premises can solve the problems, but diligent checks prevent them from getting into the venue and being exposed to harm. I've gone to incident 6. In the representation from Rebecca, it's in relation to the tragic death of an employee of Project. And in the representation from Rebecca that received yesterday, she seems to make reference that the police were trying to attribute the death to her working at Maud. This was never the case. When I read the initial submission, I don't believe I ever made that suggestion. It only became apparent following her death and the subsequent inquiries that she did work at Maud, which then brought us information that underage people were being employed in Maud. So I just wanted to clear up that point. I don't want to make any sort of inference that the club had any expectation. It is a very sad. That was a very sad state of affair, and as I said, I don't want to dwell on that any further. As I said, on the 5th of February 2020, I received some data from the North West Ambulance Service in relation to calls to the Hamilton Street, Burnley, between the 1st of January 2019 and the 26th of January 2020. This data is exhibited as CR1 in the appendix. The data includes all premises and totals 122 incidents, 50 of which are directly attributed to Maud, which accounts for 40.9% of the calls. I accept that some of the calls are duplicated, but someone still has to deal with those calls. Just want to make some reference to drug-related logs that we've received. 29th of December 2019, female arrested for being drunk and disorderly. She was found in possession of Class A drugs. On that same date, a male was being treated by the North West Ambulance Service for the effects of taking ketamine. A log from an anonymous person on the 30th of November 2019 stating that their niece has drugs on her and is going to Maud and the club will be full of drugs. On the 21st of December 2019, we had a call from the North West Ambulance Service telling us that they were attending.
Sorry, can I just interrupt? I'm just wondering, I may be missing it, but has this information already been served?
That's all in the Appendix A, so it should have been served.
Okay. My apologies then.
No, thank you. As I say, there's other drug-related information which I've already described further on in relation to the head door staff providing drugs, but I'll not go into. I don't see the need to repeat that at this term. Of note, as I say, it's been mentioned, Rebecca McQuaid was granted the DPS at the Project nightclub on the 3rd of April 2019, and it appears since that time a number of seriousness of incidents has increased. Since this latest review, the police have been provided with confiscated IDs and seized drugs, which begs the question, if the drugs have been previously seized, what's happened to them? We have no knowledge of them being handed into the police. As I say, a meeting was held at Burnley Police Station on the 3rd of March this year with Rebecca, Jason and Tony Luby from Protect Security, where proposals were put forward in relation to the membership card scheme. It was at this time it was disclosed that Charlie would still be the head door staff, which undermines any changes that have been implemented, as issues are predominantly with the door staff. If the ID scheme was introduced by the premises, the current licence conditions state that only the following forms of ID are acceptable: a recognised proof of age card accredited under the British Retail Consortium Proof of Age Standard Scheme, PASS, photo driving licence, passport, citizen card supported by the Home Office, an official ID card issued by HM Forces or the European Union member state bearing a photograph and date of birth of the holder. It has been suggested that the proposed membership card scheme does not fall into these categories for using entry into the premises. As I say, the police did put forward numerous conditions that we wanted, and to her credit, Rebecca has adopted quite a few of them. At that point, the sticking point was that they didn't feel that the ID machines were a good idea, and didn't think they'd have any benefit. I was made aware yesterday that she has agreed to have those included into the new conditions, but I just concerned that within those conditions they're wanting to use the membership card scheme as a form of identification, which is again, I think we'll still object to that. As I say, that's the end of my evidence now, and I'll try and answer any questions if anyone wants to raise any issues.
Chair, through you, Chair, before we come to that, I just wondered if PC Jones was intending to call Sergeant Hennigan to give any evidence before he finished his representations.
I'll speak for myself. Apologies for the feedback. No, I don't propose to give any evidence, but I'm obviously here if anybody wishes to ask any questions of me, because I have been involved with Maud in my role as licensing sergeant for the last couple of years.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, PC Jones, for your representation. Now, what I want to do now is go through round the parties present to see if they want to ask any questions of PC Jones. I'll do it in the order that I have on my sheet. Please remember that this is questions about what you've heard, so it's not about statements and representations, because every party will have their own time to do that. So just going around the people on the call, is there any question from Andrew Ashcroft, LCC Public Health?
No additional questions or comments, thank you.
Okay, any questions from Richard Brown, Burnley Borough Council? No additional questions, Chair. I don't know whether Maud Nightclub, you've obviously got representations on, but I'll go around all three of you. Perhaps just one of you wants to ask questions, but maybe you all do. I don't know.
So, if it's convenient, I'll leave the talking, and I've already texted my colleagues on the WhatsApp group. We don't have any questions, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. very quick. So now to the committee members themselves. Councillor Baker, have you any questions for PC Jones?
Yeah, a lot of this, PC Jones, seems to revolve around the security people employed by the club. What do you do to challenge Northwest Security directly, rather than through the DPS and ALM, regarding their operatives' work mode, shall we say? Question 2. No, about CCTV footage. It's basically the question that, and obviously coming up is the DPS premises licence holder's statement later on, where she says that she has changed the security people. How do the police feel about that? But do you want me to wait while after the DPS, as I've asked questions of her, but then I'm going back to the police? Do you understand what I'm saying, Chair?
No, well, I think it was a fair question, because there were some references to statements made by Maud. So I hate to use the words "I'll allow that," because it sounds like I'm a judge or something, and I'm not. I'm a chair of a meeting. Okay, over to PC Jones for those 2 questions from Councillor Baker.
Yeah, thank you. I presume the first one. What was it? Was he asking what in relation to what the police are doing in relation to the door company?
Yeah, basically, it's the fact that a lot of the problems revolve around the door company and the other premises operatives that they employ for security reasons. Do you have any contacts with NWS through the SIA or anything else like that? Or how do you complain about the way they're doing business, other than raise it back with the licensing committee?
If I
sorry, it's a problem working in the same office together. But if I can just come in, yes, in relation to some of these incidents, the door staff have been interviewed and dealt with for the individual offences. Now, I have raised problems with the SIA. I've got a strong working relationship with Dave Lightfoot, who is the Northwest representative. And in that respect, they have been carrying out their own investigations with Northwest Security. In fact, last year, I can't remember the date, we had a meeting with Wes Khan, who was a director, and Charlie, who is the main doorman at Maud, not just about Maud itself, but around wider operating issues, which, to be honest, I have allowed the SIA to lead with, because they're the overseeing organisation that regulates the security industry authority. So it's not a case of we're not dealing with it, but we're taking a multi-pronged approach and letting the relevant agency deal with it. And in terms of the new company that have come in, obviously they haven't really had much time to make an impact, because we've been on lockdown and the business hasn't been allowed to operate. But PC Jones has raised issues in the fact that, yes, that company is being used, but on the face of it, it seems they still want to employ the same door staff that were employed under Northwest Security, which causes concern for us moving forward with that company.
May I ask, continue questions, Chair?
Go ahead,
Just another thing, in a lot of this a lot relates to sort of drugs offences and things like that happening. And obviously that we have a search thing where now and again searches are made of handbags, etc. The premises manager has put forward in her proposed conditions that every customer entering the premises will be searched on entry and on re-entry. Now, if that condition is included in any review that we make, are the police quite happy with that, that every customer will be searched as a precondition? Hello?
Hello?
Did you hear that? Police?
Yes, so who is on about the search policy in relation to entry?
Yeah, the current search policy seems to be a bit ad hoc, and we search handbags now and again, etc. But her new conditions that she is suggesting herself is that every customer entering the premises will be searched on entry and on re-entry, which means, you know, a search in total, if you will, for it, in the presence of drugs. So that surely should eliminate them, and also enable a condition to be challenged if it's not fulfilled in future?
Yeah, that was one of the conditions that we wanted, especially around the searching around re-entry, because our concern was that people would get in, go out for a cigarette and straight back in without being searched again, giving them the opportunity to pick something up outside. So those we are happy with those conditions as long as they are adhered to, and we've got some sort of assurance that they are adhered to.
I have one final question. It's a bit tricky to do at this stage, I think, really. A lot of the things are recorded on CCTV, which is not actually forwarded to the police, or we've had difficulties getting in the past. If they were to introduce a CCTV that's full-time working to the police for monitoring, whether it's actually monitored or not, but that would also show certain areas of the club that would be live. Is that feasible?
To be honest, I find that once we wouldn't have any capability to monitor it, and to have a CCTV system, I do believe that they have put additional cameras in. The amount of space that would take up to store for it to run in 24 hours, I honestly don't think that is feasible. It's not something we'd really want. It's reassurances that whilst licensing activity is going on, the CCTV is working, and that regular documented checks that it is working and recording the correct time is adhered to, because that was the issue with the allegation of the girl that sexually assaulted. The CCTV had overwritten.
Okay. No further questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gill, have you any questions?
I do, yes. Just a quick one. Have any of the door staff been arrested at all? Because I'm reading through I've been reading through your incidents, and going off your wording, it looks like a few of these doormen could have been arrested, which would have then maybe stopped them from working on the door to then provide a better quality of security, maybe. Has there been any arrest on the door staff, as shown in your CCTV, which we don't have present?
Yeah, the member of the door staff who assaulted the young male by pushing him from behind, he was arrested. He was arrested the same day, later the same day, because he wasn't at the club when the police attended, and he has been charged with the offences. As I say, and the young male who assaulted the door staff, he also has been he received a police caution for that. As I say, and any door staff involved, we do refer them to the SIA for their consideration.
Thank you. And I've just got one more question. Bit of a tough one, because I don't know if I'm asking this at the right time, but with regards to drugs confiscation, as in your report, has any of the confiscated drugs ever been handed over to yourself? Well, as in the force, not yourself personally, but as in the police force.
I can't find any documentation to the force in general, but I say there has been some handed over to me following the review going in.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gill. I've just got questions. It's just following on from Councillor Gill, really, in terms around the drugs. A lot of the things that you've said and what are documented in the submission relate almost to like there's a lot of like hearsay and from third parties. So I'm just wondering, has there been any convictions for actual drug offences on the premises or for people directly associated with the premises?
As I say, they mentioned the female who was arrested for drunken disorderly. She was charged with possession of drugs. Other than that, so did you mention people connected with the premises?
Well, I suppose I'm really just talking about patrons, but there is a, you know, it says no log that the head bouncer at Maud nightclub is supplying cocaine. Now that's an extremely strong accusation, but it's obviously in here for us to consider. But I'm just wondering what the follow-up to that was. You know, was somebody arrested? Was somebody convicted?
It is those instances where I mentioned with no logs. It's graded intelligence that has been sent to the police, and it is just to build up of intelligence, really. As I say, there hasn't been any sort of warrants executed at the premises in relation to it.
Can I just, if I could just comment and add to that, like PC Jones said, this is graded intelligence which paints a picture. Now, you wouldn't necessarily do grade on an entire club, depending on resources. You know, there's a lot of resourcing issues, and the drugs battle is quite tough for the police at the moment. But if there are named dealers, that would be looked at the drug departments, who would possibly look to bring in investigations on individuals, not just if they were working at the club, but also in the wider communities as well. Okay, thank you. Right, we've been round and asked questions. Thank you to PC Jones for his submission, and Sergeant Hennigan for responding to a number of those questions as well. Right, now moving on to the next representation. This is from Lancashire County Council Public Health. Andrew Ashcroft, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just presenting the key points from a statement which was drafted and submitted by Claire Platt, who's our head of service. Myself and Claire report to Dr. Sakfi Karamanthi, who is the Director of Public Health and Wellbeing at Lancashire County Council, and therefore is defined as one of the responsible authorities in licensing. The points that we raise in this statement relate to the impact, the negative impact that we feel the premises has had on the licensing objective of crime and disorder, protection of children from harm, and public safety. And there's a combination of sort of things that we raise. Some of it is relying on the evidence submitted by the police, and some of it is pulling out points that we'd like to raise on our own behalf as well. In relation to crime and disorder, I'm not going to spend too much time on that. It's just to highlight that we share the police's concerns about the disproportionately high number of incidents of crime and disorder associated with the premises when compared with other premises in a similar area. In relation to protection of children from harm, we are referring to evidence submitted in the police application that provides evidence of 6 individuals under the age of 18 being allowed access to mode. The reason we're sort of reiterating this is because of the age of 4 of them who were 15 years old. We do understand how the nighttime economy works, and we understand that unfortunately some people under the age of 18 do get access to premises, and we don't see that as right, but it does happen. We're particularly concerned about these 4 individuals because they were 15 years old, and one of them, from what the police have said this morning, was only just 15 years old. And the risk that allowing individuals of that age to licensed premises, the risk that it presents to those young people, we have significant concerns about. It's our view that seeing that those underage people were allowed access into the premises, the premises were not effectively adhering to the conditions that they've got on the licence around a Check 25 policy, and not allowing people under the age of 18 into the premises, and effectively implementing a policy that checks validated forms of ID. In the information submitted from the premises yesterday, it does refer to a membership scheme, and it appears to suggest that that membership scheme could allow people to have a membership card that could be used instead of one of the forms of ID that we and Trading Standard, who also work with us at the County Council, advocate for. We're not comfortable with that. what we would be advocating for is a check 25 policy, and for people to have an agreed form of ID checked on the door. And that's a consistent approach that we push across Lancashire, and that should be a driving licence, a passport or a pass card, allowing Mode to use an alternative form of ID to show proof of age on access to the premises, puts additional confusion into the wider nighttime economy about what is acceptable forms of ID for people going into premises. So we aren't comfortable with that membership scheme being seen as an alternative to the forms of ID that we advocate. In relation to public safety, we have concerns particularly about the police refer in incident 1 to evidence from A&E about 3 girls, 2 of which were under 18, being brought into A&E unconscious due to alcohol and wearing Mode wristbands. Again, we do understand that people in the nighttime economy do drink, and we drink excessively on occasion. We have particular concerns when we hear about individuals being unconscious through drink, because they are unable to control themselves and control what is happening around them. And just to draw attention to the specific conditions that we feel that brings into question as to whether they've been effectively implemented or not are relate to staff training. There's a condition on the licence that says all staff who are involved in the sale of alcohol will receive training in relation to the licensing objectives so as to reduce crime and disorder, promote public safety and prevent public nuisance, and said training will be documented. We'd question that if that training has been delivered, whether it's effective, bearing in mind the evidence that we've seen from the police. And the second condition, which we feel it sort of brings into question whether it's been implemented or not, is people who are clearly under the influence of alcohol will not be sold any more alcohol and will be allowed to consume free tap water as the next drink. So we aren't confident, and based on the evidence we've heard from the police, that those 2 objectives are being implemented effectively. The next point is around irresponsible drinks promotions. We looked through the Facebook posts that Mode have put out to promote themselves, and I'm sure you're all familiar with Facebook. But it did bring to our attention was 2 drinks promotions that stood out, probably one more significantly so than the other. The first is a drinks promotion promoted by Mode each Friday that allows individuals to purchase a wristband for £10 and then have free drinks in the premises until 4 AM. We do know drinks offers similar to that do happen in other areas, but in many occasions they do put restrictions on them around how many drinks you can actually get for that amount, and allowing you to only get 1 drink at a time and that kind of thing. And we haven't seen any evidence of that, although I'd like to hear sort of from the premises and their representatives how that drinks promotion is managed so that people can't consume excessively. The next drinks promotion is probably the one that concerns us most, and that's if it is as it is written. So the drinks promotion that they are promoting on each Friday was a competition which appeared to allow, if it is as it's written, 1 winner and 39 runners up to receive a golden wristband that allows them free entry and free drinks in the premises until 4 AM. If that drinks promotion is as it is written, we don't feel it's appropriate to be offering 40 individuals as much alcohol as they can consume for the hours that premises is open for free. And we feel that it does fit within the definition of an irresponsible drinks promotion. There's mandatory conditions around drinks promotions, and we've put some wording in here that we wanted to bring to your attention. And that is that the responsible person shall take all reasonable steps to ensure that staff on premises do not carry out, arranging or participate in irresponsible drinks promotions in relation to the premises. And it goes on to define what an irresponsible drinks promotion can be. And it says it's any more or one of the following activities or substantially similar carried out for the purpose of encouraging the supply of alcohol for the consumption on the premises in a manner which carries a significant risk of leading to or contributing to crime and disorder, prejudice public safety, public nuisance, or harm to children. And it gives an example, which is the provision of unlimited or unspecified quantities of alcohol free or for a fixed or discounted fee. We feel that the drinks promotion promoted by the premises, particularly the one that appears to allow 40 individuals every Friday as much alcohol to drink as they can for free, it fits within the definition of a drinks promotion, which is in a manner which carries a significant risk of leading to or contributing to crime, disorder and public safety, based on some of the evidence that we've seen or heard from the police around some of the crime, disorder and public safety issues associated with the premises. The next point is around the use of glass in the premises, and we've heard the police talk through their evidence of glass-related injuries. A combination of A&E data and police data does bring to our attention 3 individuals who have been assaulted in Mode, and the weapon was glass or glass bottle. And for us, we were saying this demonstrates that one of the conditions on the premises licence has not been fully met, which is that the premises should be completely glass-free, with all sales served only in plastic or polycarbonate containers. The exception will be in the VIP area only, when under the personal supervision of the premises staff. The statement submitted by the premises yesterday did kindly respond to that, and it did highlight that a number of the images that we've submitted in our statement do show bottles that to us appeared to be glass, but they are saying weren't glass and were a plastic alternative, and we're happy with that response. However, there are still some bottles that were in circulation in what they say is the VIP area in the premises, and they were specifically what appeared to be whole bottles of spirits. I'm still not comfortable with that based on the images that we have seen, and I would question what the premises define as the VIP area and how that differs to the rest of the premises, in that they're saying it is a safer place and it's a place where we're happy to see glass used. So I would like to just sort of hear from them in relation to that, because a VIP area should be significantly different to the rest of the premises if they're saying that it's a safer environment and therefore it's fine to have glass bottles of spirits within there. The final point that we make does sort of cross over with that a little bit, and it is around the sale of spirits. We've presented images within our statement that shows individuals holding or having with them whole bottles of spirits, and we're uncomfortable with that. We can't say that this breaches any of the licensing conditions, but there are risks associated with premises such as Mode being able to sell whole bottles of spirits. It allows people to drink a large volume of alcohol in quite a short period of time, and there's little control of that once the bottle of spirits has been sold to them. So we are concerned that customers, albeit within the VIP area, are seen standing and posing with whole bottles of spirits. The VIP area to us doesn't look significantly different to what could be some of the other areas of the premises. It looks quite a crowded environment. It looks like an environment where people are stood on many occasions and are stood drinking around sort of high tables. The VIP areas that I'm more used to seeing where they have this kind of thing are sort of areas where there's a significant number of booths. There are some people standing, but people generally sit in the booths and they consume the alcohol that's sold to them within those booths, so there's a little bit more control around it. So we aren't happy with what we've seen around the sale of spirits. In terms of our concluding remarks, I'll save those when the opportunity comes up later. But I would just like to highlight that we did put forward some suggested conditions And only one of those features in the proposed conditions that have been put forward by the premises or their representative, and that relates to, or appears to relate to, training of staff. The 3 outstanding conditions relate to glass, the sale of alcohol through whole bottles of spirits, and the way that spirits are sold in the premises. So those don't feature in the conditions that they've put forward at the moment. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. So right now it's questions time again. So I'll go down in the traditional order. So I'll go to the police first. PC Michael Jones, any questions?
No, there's no questions.
Thank you. Sergeant Hennigan, any questions? You're on mute. Do you have a question, Sergeant Hennigan? You're on mute.
Sorry, technical difficulties, no questions, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Richard Brown from Burnley Council, any questions?
No questions from me, thank you.
Okay, and from Maud, Leo Sharambo-Belides, any questions?
So no questions from us, thank you.
Thank you. Right, committee members. Councillor Baker, any questions?
No, thank you for the evidence. It looks conclusive enough for me. So thank you very much. No further questions.
Councillor Gill, any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you, Chair.
No, and I don't have any questions at this moment either. So we'll move on to the next representation, which is from Richard Brown at Burnley Borough Council. Please go ahead, Richard.
Thank you, Chair. Right, just a submission from ourselves from Street Scene in relation to the waste situation and the amenity of the area that's been brought to my attention. It's just to give a quick, within the submission that's been circulated, there's a few incidents identified regarding some enforcement action, and just a little bit of an overview of the situation and how that relates to the area around there. Under the section Prevention of Harm to Children, adjacent to Mold Nightclub, there is the Aspire Hub, which is a independent special school for young children with complex needs and various vulnerabilities. And we've received a number of complaints between December and January from the head of the school, just expressing concern regarding the state of the access to the premises, with potentially hazardous litter being left on the ground. We have over the years had a few issues. I think there's been an ongoing conversation between my colleagues in the environmental team and Mode in relation to the management of that trade waste area. So I'll just quickly run through prosecution and enforcement that has been taken in the past. In 27th of May 2015, while it was still under the name Vogue, Section 47 of the Environmental Protection Act, notice was served on the DPS in relation to the storage of waste. It was stipulated within the notice that bins must have lockable lids. The 15th to 6th, 2016, Section 34.5 was served in relation to the transfer of waste. So that's not having the correct documentation with regards to getting rid of the waste. 21st of the 6th, 2017, again, while still under the name Vogue, served a community protection warning notice for failure to comply with trade waste regulations. This was then upgraded to a community protection notice on the 1st of the 8th, 2017, after the warning was not complied with. And just recently as well, there have been a number of sorry, my screen's just gone a bit there. There have been a couple of complaints in December and January, just prior to my putting this submission together, regarding the condition of Chapel Place adjacent to Mold nightclub, again pertaining to around the bins. I think in October 2019 as well, enforcement action was taken with the community protection warning notice following complaints around fly posting around the town centre. And after some initial disagreement, the fly posting was taken down. There's been no further incidents, but yeah, again, a community protection warning notice was served. I think leading on from the environmental issues that we have experienced on Chapel Place around the area where the bins are kept, there have been a number of complaints regarding pest control, so relating to rats, and incident where a skip was being kept. And again, on the 4th of February 2020, Street Scene were forwarded a complaint to the leader of the council, again regarding the poor condition of Chapel Place due to the management of the waste. The final section, which was suggested, a number of suggested conditions that could be implemented in relation to managing this waste more efficiently. The 4 suggestions put forward, which were: at the close of all business, all waste must be stored within refuse containers with lockable lids. Have sufficient number of waste containers to contain all waste produced, including liquid waste. Must not place commercial waste on the ground or otherwise allow it to escape from control. And the area where the waste is stored must be swept clear of litter and broken glass at the close of business. And that is it from me. Oh, sorry, just one last bit. And it not necessarily relating to mode, but it, as has already been identified in the submissions previously, the business project is all on Hampton Street is also linked to the management of mode, and they and again, speaking to my Street Scene colleagues, there have been in problems regarding waste management of that premises as well. Okay, thank you. That's it from me.
Thank you, Richard. Right, again, questions. Firstly to the police. PC Jones, any questions?
Yeah, there's nothing from either myself or Sergeant Hennigan.
Okay, thank you very much. Lancashire County Council, Andrew Ashcroft, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, Leo Sharambolides for Maud, any questions from Street Scene?
Sir, nothing from Mode, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baker, any questions?
Nothing from me. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Gill.
One question from me. Is it Richard Brown, is it?
It is, yes.
Yes. Sorry, Richard, not meaning to be ignorant there whatsoever. You've just given us your statement there, and I'm just looking through all these complaints, if you will. Could you confirm to me if all these complaints at the times they were made were it the same DPS who were in place for all lot of these?
It was under the same ownership, whether it was Rebecca or is it Josh? I'm not sure. I couldn't answer that for certainty, but it is as the same business that they've been dealt with.
No worries. Thank you very much for that, Richard. Thank you. No further questions, Chair.
So, thank you, Councillor Gill. Just one question from me. I'm aware that I know you mentioned rats and things like that, but in terms in that area, the river is in that area, and there's always an association with water and rivers and rats. So could it be, and there's lots of other businesses in that area. So are we sure that, everything that you've basically said is surrounding Maud nightclub and isn't just associated with a general thing that's going on in the area and the river.
No, the incidents I've highlighted in terms of the enforcement, they are the ones that are particular to Mould nightclub's waste management, so the bins adjacent to their property. Yeah, there is the river that goes through there, so whether it is wholly linked to mould or exacerbated by detritus on the floor and rubbish and litter, you know, that it's not a binary situation there, but it certainly doesn't help.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're now at the point for the licence holder to make their representation. What I intend to do is just take a 5-minute comfort break, if that's okay for everybody, and then we'll go into the representation from Maud nightclub. So if we reconvene at 12:10, then we'll start the meeting again, if that's okay. Thank you.
And we're live.
Thank you very much, Alison. Okay, we're now up to the representations from Maud Nightclub. Leo, I'm assuming that you're going to be doing these representations, and if that's the case, please go ahead.
So that's absolutely right. Yes, thank you very much. So, sir, in terms of this review, it seems to me it's always useful to remind ourselves exactly what we're doing here. Paragraph 11.20 of the Section 182 guidance gives us some very clear direction as to what we're required to do as a review. And it said that it is expected that licensing authorities should, as far as possible, seek to establish the cause or causes of the concerns that the representations identify. The remedial action should generally be directed at these causes and should always be no more than an appropriate and proportionate response to address the causes of concern that instigated the review. Now that's very important because what we're effectively doing is we're diagnosing an issue and then we're asking ourselves, can it be remedied? This is not a failure on the part of the police or the responsible authorities. It's not a failure on the part of the council, and it's not a failure on the part of the operator. Reviews are a really good thing. I acknowledge a degree of self-interest here, but as far as I'm concerned, reviews should be as regular as a checkup to the dentist or an MOT or taking care of the garden, because we're ensuring the proper promotion of the licensing objectives. And of course, we can't criticise a review because if we go to our GP with an ailment and they provide a remedy and we go back with a further complication, to have a further remedy imposed is no failure. It's part of the process. And let's not forget that reviews are a regulatory process which seek to administer the licensing regime in everybody's interest. So multiple reviews are no more than having that conversation. And crucially, we're benefited by having that conversation with yourselves because, of course, you represent the public good. And so when we're invited to look at causes or causes, we're really engaged in quite a forensic examination where passion and emotion ought to be put to one side. And as far as possible, objectivity needs to prevail. And this review is relatively straightforward. It's a review about the conduct of the door staff. It's a review about the CCTV condition, its implementation and its application. It's a review about access to the premises by those under 18. And it's a review in respect of public safety concerns. Those are the direct headlines that arise from the officer's application for a review. And there are two other pieces of quite important guidance that need to be addressed because they relate to the approach taken by the police, which does cause me some concern as to the evidential value of what they presented to you. The first is paragraph 11.7 of the Section 182 guidance, and I know, sirs, you've already referred to it in your questions, but in every case, any application for review must relate to the particular premises in respect of which there is a premises licence. A representation will not be regarded as relevant unless it can be positively tied or linked by a causal connection to particular premises. I'd started keeping account of the number of times that the office has said directly related to mode. And of course, the forensic examination that we're all required to undertake is mentioning mode, for example, in the NWSA lists, is not the same as being a direct link. A mention of mode, being in the vicinity of mode, using mode as a location device is not sufficient. And the final piece of guidance at this stage that I'm going to rely on is paragraph 9.12 of the Section 182 guidance. And it really does require careful consideration. Firstly, it says at paragraph 9.12 that each responsible authority will be an expert in their respective fields. Of course, it's natural that that will be the case. The police are the key experts on crime and disorder. And so we should consider very carefully what the police tell us. But it remains incumbent on all responsible authorities, including the police, to ensure that their representations can withstand the scrutiny to which they will be subject at a hearing. And regrettably, as with the lists that the police are keen on submitting to you, as with the statistics that are plucked and manipulated and presented, and as you can tell, I have no great fondness for statistics at all, they do not establish evidence, they do not establish a direct link, and just on the basis of, well, does a mention mean a direct link, or does it mean something more, is far from helpful. But perhaps the most glaring example of the importance of scrutiny is provided by one of the key incidents that police rely on, and that's the allegation of the young person that was taken to hospital, found to be in under the influence of drugs, though we know that her alcohol levels were very low, and there was a suspected sexual assault. And the police continue to refer to that in quite emotive, non-objective language that is quite wrong and inappropriate. Now, on the police's own logs, that's their ISR report, LC 2019-0915-0296. Now, that is found in your agenda at tab 7E, so Appendix E. Now, you must forgive me because I don't have page numbers, but very helpfully, that part of your agenda, which I think starts at page 115 for you, is also paginated by the police. So if you look at the very small pagination, you'll see at page, that report is at small numbers 103. I don't know if you've all found that. But there we have the report from that evening. And as we move forward to page 107, we see the suspicion of the hospital that the person's drink spiked. She also points out that she last remembers having shots at Manx nightclub, which, as you know, is another venue. And so when we're looking at scrutinising this evidence and incidents being directly linked to mode, we already have evidence from the police that either they've not read or just failed to bring your attention, or worse still, have willfully ignored in order to prejudice and colour their representation to you, which is of great concern, that demonstrates that even though they rely on the fact that her blood alcohol levels were low, she herself admits to taking shots and blacking out at an alternative venue. Also colouring the police report is the very serious allegation that she may have been sexually assaulted. And we take that very seriously, except the lady in question acknowledges in the police's own evidence that her vagina was sore prior to going out. And she acknowledges that she has had some form of UTI. So a pre-existing condition that provides an answer to some degree as to her discomfort. And also 5 paragraphs down, she confirms that the soreness may well be down to the use of a tampon. So what this demonstrates here is the very importance of drilling down into the police evidence. And what I'm concerned about is if the police can't scrutinise their evidence and provide you with a fair and balanced picture, how are we to rely on it? Which is why I step back from the evidence and look at what are the causes of concerns, free from selective narrative, because narrative is not the same as good, reliable evidence. And this is yet further highlighted when one looks at the issue of the SIA. The reality is there's a company, it's been in place for 6 years, we've got a close working relationship with them, perhaps it's too close. There are these suggested complaints. What's the solution? Change them, move them. And that's what we've done. This is both proportionate and a responsible action to take as part of the ongoing review. If the toothpaste ain't working, change it. If its floss isn't good, use a toothpick, whatever it may be, to get the right result. But if we look at the list, and I'm going to be somewhat tedious now and go through it, but if we go through the list of the summary of logs relating to the door staff, and we actually read the police's evidence in a way that they've not done so, you yourselves will see that the complaints are really not as high as they make out. So firstly, in respect of the 2018 points, well, I've not been given a log, so I can't respond to that. So as with all the colourful intel, as with all the supposition, as with all the, well, someone told me that there might be, this haven, which hasn't been investigated, hasn't been followed up, there's no report for, there's nothing you can scrutinise there, sort of very bad evidence. No doubt your legal advisor will invite you to put those to one side. So when I turn to the logs, I can see that on the police's own evidence, the selective quotes that have been pulled really don't reflect the full picture. And so by way of note, and you don't necessarily need to turn to them now, but you might find it useful in due course, is that the first incident, and what I'm doing is I'm referring to them by the number after the dash. So dash 0170 is recorded in full by the police on page 169. And what you'll see there is, as with all the reports, no further action has been taken by the police, and you'll be able to read the fuller picture for each of them. So in 169, the female that's making the complaint, you'll see on page 170, suspicion arises because she has a long story, to quote the police, about how she's been treated. She fears for her safety while outside the club. And so what we get from the police evidence is an informant that is making an allegation who herself is telling long stories, so that the person recording that information from her doesn't trust her. So why should you trust her version raises particular questions from that. And of course, if you follow on with the narrative, as I have done, on page 171, you will observe that no further action is taken because the complainant doesn't respond to police calls. Now, this is a little bit like the boy that cried wolf. You can't flag up a concern, as the police have done in their representation to you, and say, this is grossly alarming, and then follow the story to its conclusion and find that the alarm peters out into a whimper and a squeak with no probative value. And they go on like that. So the next incident, dash 1503, is found at little number 5. And there we see the complaint. The complaint is made by, that the full story is that the male was taken out of the club for bad behaviour, so the doorman doing their difficult job during the late night economy, and it's him that is acting inappropriately against the doorman. So that gives you the full picture. What we see here in this incident is a further example of the SIA doing their job as they're required to do to deal with difficult customers. And so the evidence is just as much about men and women working in the nighttime economy in order to promote public safety and promote the licensing objectives. Dash 0142 is at page 151. The complainant there doesn't turn up for follow-up. So we really don't know because there's no investigation on that. On dash 0062, which starts at little numbers page 144, we see that the complainant again is under the influence. She's particularly concerned that the SIA have intervened because of her behaviour on the premises, and that she was taken out. What it concludes is that she herself says that she then gets into a taxi and that the officer writing the notes on page 146 says, "I don't believe it's an assault, it was a lawful ejection." So this is an example of the police in the report crediting the SIA, but failing to give you that side of the picture. So you can see why I'm alarmed. And it's really not my custom, because I know the PC has been, to some extent, very balanced in his approach and somewhat open-minded. But this failure to give you the proper range of evidence and the fullest picture is of concern to me. And it's certainly not a bad habit that I want you to adopt in your decision-making process. So the next incident is 0302, which starts at page 132, little numbers. And that's the example where the complainant himself had to be arrested by the police. So we can see there another example of the SIA dealing with a difficult abusive person, trying to get him out of the club, trying to get him into a taxi, trying to get him home. The police are having to intervene, and that is the fullest picture of that. 0369 is at page 129, and you get the police version, and you also get in the report itself where you get the view of the SIA, which confirms that they were concerned about the drunk male. They were trying to ensure that he could get out of the club, sit down, would be safely away. And then the conclusion of the report is that the male hasn't been assaulted and that he did hit his head on the door. But we don't get that. We get the rather sarcastic comment in brackets insofar as the text can be sarcastic. But I always find that any excessive use of punctuation marks is to be questioned. Then 0306, which is at the bottom of that page, is at little numbers page 77. We'll just get to that. And there the conclusion is, despite the sort of very serious allegation, the officer of the case is now off duty. I will submit a basic crime report for public order. There is no allegation that the informant has been assaulted or had any damage caused. So let's just pause a minute there again. You've got this allegation of people running around, phones being thrown, people being assaulted, this melee, really quite dramatic, which is brought to your attention. And of course, it ends as a damp squib and a squeak at the end with, oh, I'll just put it down as a public order matter. No one's been assaulted. There's no damage. Why are we not getting the full picture? why is it that we are having to scrutinise our responsible authorities in this way? Where is the responsibility? And like I said, it happens just too many times, and quite often because we know they're busy, many more serious issues than us to be dealing with, particularly at the moment. But nonetheless, given that this review was commenced before the emergency period, you'd have thought they'd have done their homework. So just the last two matters, dash 0299 is on page 118. Another example of no further action being taken. And again, yeah, that's an example of no further action being taken, a disposal. So serious allegations, but no further action, no complainant. And you really get a sense of some high-spirited complaints, perhaps lacking factual basis, lacking the full extent of the drama, which the morning after the night before seem to be put away. And that's the same with the very last one, dash 1258, small number 83 is where it starts. On page 85, you'll see that the matters complained about by the informants, they've checked the logs, and I can't see a report of that being made. And so that last example gives you even more cause to really pause when thinking about all the various intelligence and information that's being supplied, which can't be corroborated. Both here and elsewhere, we are required to look at the allegations and the evidence properly in order to ensure that they can be verified and they can be supported. So you'll see there, just looking at the complaint, item 1 on this headline, when it relates to the conduct of the door staff, I can find nothing in the police evidence that can withstand proper scrutiny, that when followed to its conclusion, reaches the level of alarm and concern of the police. If anything, the only conclusion I can come to is the disproportionate response of the to evidence that is going to be, I'll count crimes on the basis of the mention of a nightclub, then that is the wrong approach to take. So we've taken a disproportionate and drastic action without investigating the security team, with an outstanding investigation against them by the SIA, which we only found out today as a result of your scrutiny, councillors, and the questions to the police. A long-term partner has been dismissed, and there's real value to be had in local knowledge. When you know the lags coming to your door trying to get in, there's some real advantage in that long-term knowledge. One of the interesting things that I've only found out today is that the head doorman that worked at Mode has been employed by your local authority as part of its COVID response. So it's very interesting to see, of course, that the circumstances in which we employ SIA, and I know we're all now very familiar with them. I mean, certainly at my local supermarket, keeping the queues of essential workers, elderly, vulnerable, and then regular shoppers apart. I've actually sort of seen better queuing at nightclubs than I do outside the supermarkets these days. But we're very familiar with the role that they play, the different pressures that they're under. And of course, the pressures that they're under on the nighttime economy are very different. So we provide a solution to that. The solution is that there's an existing regulatory regime. The SIA is investigating any of the police allegations. The evidence, such as it is, we've placed a lot of weight on it, more than we should, and we've got ourselves an entirely new team in place. In respect to the CCTV conditions, we recognise that our CCV operation hasn't been to standard, and there's no and of course, that's a part of the process of remedying. A review provides an opportunity so that established premises can continue to operate. And we can say, hang on, wake up, what's going on here? And we can say, as we have done in the witness statement that you've all looked at, you're absolutely right. Our CCTV response hasn't been as effective, and we're going to respond to that. And the response to that has been to invest in the CCTV system to increase the memory capacity. And based on your discussion over the questions, one of our suggested conditions has been, on at least one occasion in every 12-month period, to have an external engineer to be retained to service the CCTV. I'm going to suggest that that's going to be amended to every quarter. I think that would be certainly safer and also provide a more detailed record, so that we don't get into the habit of, well, it works fine, and then when we find that we need it, we don't have the capacity for storage and the like. And then this next issue about access by underage. When we're looking at the remedy and the prescription, we need to be focused on what bit of the problem attaches to the nightclub. And I don't mean to be insensitive here, but what we have is concerned parents whose 15-year-old kids are out late at night. The parents have lost control of these kids. These kids are associating with known criminals and are being exploited by anti-drug lines. So the parents don't have control. I don't know what impact schools or social services have had, but the police have let them down. We've heard that the police are struggling with resources in terms of drugs and in terms of tackling county lines. And so we know that they are subject to those concerns. And then we know that they are trying it on with premises to try and get in. So we know that both these underage persons are vulnerable and ought to be safeguarded, and yet at the same time are themselves perpetrators of antisocial and criminal behaviour. And that's very harsh, but I hope it's compassionate, recognising that there are two sides to that. And one of the victims of this are all late night venues, which have to deal with these kids. Now, you've seen in our evidence that we provide information on these kids when they are identified. You've seen information that we inform others on Facebook about them. The police today have confirmed that they have been given fake IDs that we have to deal with. And your own public health advisor says, you know what, under 18s are going to try and get into clubs. The problem is not to do with their own antisocial and criminal behaviour background, not to do with the social, familial and police failings, but to really ask what we can do at the door. And so what a nightclub can do at the door is straightforward. The first is better checks. The second is the ID arch. The third is this membership scheme, which has proven really popular. And I'm not sure that everyone's sort of fully understood this. But what we're saying is, if you come to us and give us your ID, we will register that information, we will register your address, we will register your contact details, and we will give you a membership card. Now, because we are registered with Information Commissioner, we're able to keep those records and process them in an appropriate way. It then means that we know who our regulars are. We incentivise them to provide for this membership card and provide us with a database. It also means that when we've got an arch on the door, we know that certain members have valid ID and they can be dealt with more swiftly. So we're dealing with the doors more effectively, so that those that don't take the time to fill out the membership scheme that might have fake ID can be properly scrutinised by our new security. And you've also seen that the gap in the fence, if you will, to the rear of the premises, where these very persistent offenders actually scaled the wall, went over the barbed wire to gain access, is further being looked at. So both at our exits, our entrances, and anywhere there's vulnerable, we've confirmed that there will be SIA and that there will be further measures. And that really directly deals with the problem. Because if the problem is, how do we do our part to support families, schools, social services, and the police with these vulnerable people? The answer is there. And certainly in the ensuing discussion, we're all ears are open to look at what else could be done. But that really provides you with the responsibility of a licensed premises. On top of that, we've got the safety and care of patrons, particularly on dispersal. Now, we all know that the effect of a night out, what we see in the evidence is that some of the vulnerable persons, whether they're underage or adults, there are suspicion of drug use. They're clearly, if we refer to the young lady that was in A&E, have been drinking in other venues, and there is a process throughout the nighttime economy. It may well be that when they leave the premises with friends or others, they are in a relatively, in terms of as far as one can see, a fit state to make their way home. And we recognise that people under the influence of alcohol who had a good night out, being the vast majority of our customers and patrons, do indeed make their way home safely, but some are not. And so the proposal for that is to have a welfare officer who is responsible for viewing, maintaining a watch, being visible, and in order to promote our policies. And this, of course, is supported by training. There's lots of great training through WAVE, through Safer Sounds, through Bernardo's and the like, that can deal with aspects of training, and this can be documented and provided to you. And insofar as there is any silver lining to our current emergency period, one of them is the availability of training and refresher activity. And that really gets us to the fourth heading, which is about providing a clear response. Sir, you've already probably gathered that I don't take a kindly view to the quality of the police evidence. I'm greatly concerned that it doesn't stand up to scrutiny, and those concerns are repeated in respect of the incidents that they rely on heavily. Firstly, we have two with no CCTV, and so again, my personal apologies to the police for not being able to view that, and I welcome their sort of very gracious withdrawal of that CCTV evidence. But we do have those incidences. In terms of the pictures, the sort of very graphic pictures we've seen, one of the items, the SIA officer has been investigated and charges have been dealt with. And really, that's the only item that has been substantiated in any significant evidence-backed way. In terms of the complaint by the mother of the young man with the graphic injuries that we've seen photographs to, again, relying on the chain of events, I don't know where he was earlier. I don't know where he was drinking earlier. I don't know what he was interacting or how he was interacting. I have no statement from him. In fact, he's not cooperated because his mum has made the complaints. A review based on what some guy's mum said is certainly not good evidence that can withstand scrutiny. I can't imagine taking it to court, and I certainly don't think that it should be placed before you. That's the same with the Northwest Ambulance Service figures. It's a very great leap to say that they are directly related to mode, when all the evidence is a mention and quite often in the vicinity. Now, that's not to say that we don't operate under very difficult conditions. We do. We're a late night nightclub. We operate through the night. We are part of the nighttime economy. In fact, we are a valued part of your nighttime economy, as the police themselves have made clear to us, but don't draw your attention. You'll see one of the visit detail sheets that the police supply. Now, this should be behind 7D, so on 7D on the tab, and I'm going to try and access that. So 7D, and it should be page 95. I've tried to manually number my pages based on the paginated version that you have, because I was lucky enough to get a hard copy before lockdown. Yep, that's correct. It's page 95 of your bundle there. And what you'll see there is the last paragraph, where the police effectively demonstrate their lack of understanding about a review. As I say, I think it's a remedial measure rather than a pressure measure. But whatever gets us talking is a good thing. And ultimately, I'm very pleased that we are talking. And it says, reviews in the last paragraph, this is not the preferred route whatsoever for me. I've always been honest and upfront with you. I genuinely think that Mode is a good club, a good brand, as previously discussed. And I want continued success for you, as I truly believe it to be the best club in East Lancashire for the genres that you are offering. A review would leave you vulnerable, and if worst case scenario happened, revocation of the licence. I would not like this, as I think it would be a massive hit for Burnley and East Lancashire nightlife in general. This is me speaking honestly, as I believe we have a good relationship, one I wish to continue, but there needs to be some improvements, and as I've suggested. And that, to me, is really what this review ought to be about. The police are saying, I want more improvements, and I'm going to use the review as a pressure to get more improvements. Why? Because the vast majority of experiences for this nightclub are positive. And you have seen in the witness statement that Rebecca has provided, just the sheer numbers of people that come to our venue and an allied venue. And the reality is that bar this very one-sided, narrow, misplaced view, I'm not sure what to call it, view of the evidence, what you have is a good club. And if you need any reminder, you've also got a reminder that when we're looking at a review, we need to be aware of not just the burdens, and there are burdens. I don't think anyone that works in licensing would say there aren't burdens towards operating a nighttime economy, but equally, there are benefits. And the Court of Appeal invites you directly to look at the benefits of a premises. I think I'm showing off, but I may have been able to share my screen with you, which you may be seeing paragraph 42 of Hope and Glory, where the Court of Appeal says licensing decisions involve weighing a variety of competing considerations, the demand for a licensed premises, the economic benefit to the proprietor, and the locality by drawing in visitors and stimulating demand, as well as the effect on law and order and the impact on the lives of those who live and work in the vicinity. I'm now hoping that we're back on screen. This is only my 4th remote hearing and only the first time I've tried to share a screen. So I'm showing up now. I don't know if that's worked, but there you go. I'm the least technical of persons, as you might gather, but it reminds us that there are benefits as well as burdens. And what we do in licensing is disproportionately focus on the benefits. And I can understand why. If you're a busy police officer with limited resources, and the fact that you've got ambulance call-outs and you've got, those few people that are going to be difficult, then that takes time and it's incredibly frustrating. So full sympathy and recognition for that. But the reality is having a good, vibrant, effective, functioning nighttime economy for the majority of us is hugely important, and we must not forget that, particularly where we are looking at these types of premises not opening until the earliest in the autumn. The likelihood is that they're not going to be open until next year unless they can achieve some means of physical distancing. What we've seen, whether they like it or not, is the emergency period has imposed a period of suspension way beyond the 3 months that they can do on this premises. We don't know, and I'm not going to embarrass Rebecca yet by asking her, we don't even know if they're going to reopen. What we're looking at the moment is certainly the Nighttime Industries Association, and they were hoping to provide information for us today, but they've been busy lobbying government and fighting fires all across the country. We're estimating that something like 50 to 60% of our nighttime economy could disappear. If they disappear, those kids that are causing problems, those kids that are scaling 12-foot walls, jumping over barbed wire, getting involved with drug dealers, are going to find themselves in unlicensed venues, in public parks, in open spaces, causing havoc. All of us who've endured lockdown are not going to have places to socialise, and we've all recognised how important places of social activity are in our current time. And we've begun to think that, do you know what, that dodgy boozer down the road, I wish it was open, because I met there with my mates for Scrabble. That nightclub with had a few really irritating kids, like the Police. I really like that kind of music, and it was really valuable to our communities. So when we think about reviews now, one of the things that we need to think about is also the sustainability of our nighttime economy. And so what I would urge on you as the response to this is actually to accept our suspension, accept the financial penalty that has happened as a result of the emergency period, and impose conditions. What you have at the end of the day, when we take out passion and personality, is an operator that has said through her witness statement, with legal advice, this is an operator that has invested in not one, but 2 legal advisors, and we don't come cheap. She's willing to put money behind her response and say, I will work with the police. I will improve my CCTV. I will recognise where I am wrong, and I will move forward with an operating schedule that is fit for purpose today. Doesn't matter what was happening last year. It doesn't matter what was happening before the emergency period or 2017. You're right. I need this checkup, and I'm going to respond to it with a prescription that in effect adopts all the police recommendations. It doesn't adopt the public health recommendations, partly because public health's position is based on a wholesale acceptance with no critical evaluation of the police evidence. And I don't criticise them for that, because, you know what, if you can't trust the police to get it right and scrutinise their own evidence, who can you trust? But there, you know, there's difficulty in that. So we've adopted the police. And insofar as street scene are concerned, again, all that demonstrates is someone that works with you. You know, we know that those alleys and the outside areas are difficult. We know that we've got antisocial customers, and we work with that. And in fact, it demonstrates that the Environmental Protection Act and the antisocial behaviour legislation works and is working by your street scenes. So, sir, slight apologies to the police for the scrutiny they've been under, but it's a necessary task. I'd much rather do it with you, with our local councillors that represent civil society, rather than doing it with anonymous magistrates at great expense and time and delay somewhere else. And what I'd commend to you is the proposed conditions, because they are a way forward. They are the prescription that we need. And whenever we get to open, whenever that may be, sometime in the future, you've got a remedy that's fit for purpose. Sir, I'm available to answer any questions that you all might have. Malcolm and Rebecca are connected to me through WhatsApp, so they'll be feeding me information as well, and we're really at your disposal. I'll just check with both of them whether there's anything I should add. If there is, say so in WhatsApp, and otherwise it will be over to you to ask us any questions, sir. Thank you. No, I'm told that we can move to questions. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Leo. Right, as Leo said, it's questions. So first of all, I'll go to the police. I don't know who wants to ask questions on behalf of the police. Is it PC Jones or Sergeant Hennigan?
Yeah, it's PC Jones back again. Obviously, I will make some reference to what the barrister said. Just one question. You mentioned the welfare officer, which, as I say, we've had discussions with this around with Rebecca previously. Will that be included in the any conditions on the license? Because we didn't appear to be on there.
Yes, absolutely. It's not worded because it wasn't part of our discussion. So we tried not to put too much that was new in that because we appreciated it was late. But yes, having a dedicated welfare officer for all times that licensable activities are on the place with a clearly visible high-vis jacket is absolutely that can be conditioned, and we're happy to accept.
Thank you.
Any other questions, PC Jones?
No more questions this time. Thank you.
Any from Sergeant Hennigan?
No, he's just indicated he hasn't got any questions.
Okay, thank you. Lancashire County Council, Andrew Ashcroft.
No more questions. Thank you.
Okay, Richard Brown, Burnley Council.
No questions from me. Thank you.
Okay, right, we're at councillors. Councillor Baker.
Yeah, that's a long soliloquy there. Well done. Unfortunately, my brain doesn't work quick enough to keep up with all the bits and pieces. I like the way you set off with saying that these reviews should perhaps be held more often than what they are, and perhaps it is a little bit of a failing in the system that we only do a review when someone complains. However, I feel that the review of the situation is more inclined with you and your section. You're the ones that should be reviewing on a regular basis. Are we meeting the premises conditions, etc.? You should be the ones that sort of reviewing the CCTV on a regular basis and saying, oh, we found out it only lasts 2 weeks now instead of 4 weeks or whatever. You're the ones that seem to be failing there. So I would like to hear that you're going to do a lot better than that in future. The other bit is we've had criticisms of the police evidence, and fine.
Howard, yeah. Councillor Baker, are we to do one question at a time? I'll come back to you.
Because there are a few that obviously come out. You know the way I work, so yeah. I know. Please, better.
So you're absolutely right, and the responsibility to review is just as much on the premises licence holder as it is on the responsible authorities, and that's the sort of very clear advice that we'll constantly give. And we're reminded by the High Court that actually, and we might be forgetting this, but we're all pushing towards the common goal. The police are responsible for promoting the licensing objectives. We're responsible for promoting the licensing objectives, and you'll have seen in the witness statement that was attached, there were texts about the concerns to about the SIA, the role of the SIA. We got in touch with their boss. We share fake IDs. We highlight individuals. And so you can see that the premises is doing what it can do. And the thing we mustn't forget is even if we kind of put aside the promotion of the licensing objectives, we are an established presence in Burnley with a reputation that needs to be protected. We need to be showing to all of you, and especially our patrons, that we are responsible, because they wouldn't come to us. So we are just as committed. And so what happens on a review like this is that, we actually get a kick up the proverbial. But what you've seen through the police evidence, through the visit detail sheets, is we're going to keep talking with you. We're going to keep promoting good practice. We think you're a really good club, which we want to survive. So we've got meetings in August, in September, and up until March of this year, where we're having a good dialogue. And I hope that robustness doesn't undermine the relationship between the police and the nightclub, because it is actually good. And the point made in the witness statement is I'm a bit surprised by this. And I suspect what the police are wanting is your scrutiny to really ramp up the action. And that's right. And that's what we're doing. And you can see that through the investment of CCTV, professional advisors, training, the employment of a welfare officer. We're saying, yeah, we agree with the police, we're improving our game. And that's what we're doing at the end of the day. Thank you.
Right, continue. Yeah,
Yeah, please.
You quite correctly criticised the police evidence and that it doesn't always follow through. But looking at your evidence that you produce, I'm referring to the incident with the 3 females gaining access to the premises. CCTV couldn't be reviewed, explained below for the reasons. The door staff maintained that the 3 females did not gain access. They said they did. And I don't know why they should lie, but CCTV would have proved your evidence there. So again, that's a strong lacking in your section of doing it right. The other bit which I'm just having difficulty finding. Oh yeah, it was on part
Chair,
4.
sorry, Chair, just to interrupt, Chair. If that was a question, then this is probably the opportunity for the response to be made before we move on to the next issue.
Yeah, if I could continue, Dave, because there's another bit of that on the evidence bit that I would like answering at the same time. It refers to part 4 of that, which is the 16-year-old male gaining evidence by climbing over the fence at the back. What evidence does he have to support the fact that the man climbed over the evidence at the back? It's all very well saying it, but there's no CCTV, there's no photos of him climbing over. So what's your evidence to support your statement that he climbed over?
So absolutely on CCTV, we need it. It's important for us, it's important for the police, so I completely agree with you. We've accepted that responsibility. I also took a careful note, and I'm sure Malcolm did as well, that the police have said that the girls in question have said they were indeed in mode, and they're happy to take witness statements from that. So I'm accepting that investigation's been done, and that's been put to the client. So again, I repeat, CCTV must be improved with body cams and everything that's engaged in the prescription. In terms of that 16-year-old, we know he did it because I've got that he was caught. It's in the screenshot that we've provided. If Malcolm, you could direct me to where it is, send me in the text. And in fact, Rebecca writes to me that he was caught 3 times trying it on in one night. So we know who he is because he's also the kid that we've informed the others on. Okay.
Okay, on that one, going back to the main substantive bit, because obviously this isn't a magistrate's court, our level of proof is a lot less, and we're just going off a reasonable feeling on these things. My biggest concern is the new security company that you've employed. Someone, I think it was the police that said somewhere on the line that they will be using the same staff members as before. And I'd like some reassurance that they're going to be totally gone, the old staff, and new staff are going to be brought in.
So absolutely, they're totally gone. So what we were looking at in the discussion that we were having with the police is that the kid that climbs the wall, our security obviously know who he is. And so a regular security company will have some familiarity with the characters, if I can put it that way. The characters and the CADs, I suspect, was probably appropriate. And so that level of knowledge that is gained by a security company over time will be lost. And so we were looking to keep some of that. Now, that doesn't find favour with the police, and I can really understand why, because some of the allegations, despite the ropiness of the evidence, needs to be investigated, and no doubt that's with the SIA, and that's appropriate. So what I can do is I can confirm there's a fresh security company. The staff won't be involved in their duties in any way, and so that concern is now gone.
Thank you. That's enough. Thank you, Chair. Oh, you're muted, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillor Gill, questions, please.
Yep, I did have a few, but Councillor Baker's been very greedy and answered and questioned the most of them. So there's just one more question. It's Appendix 3 of what we got off your client. It's in relation to the CCTV. If you can see me on the screen. I don't have a page number for you, unfortunately, but it's just regarding the CCTV. It shows the directions and positions of cameras. Could you just quickly explain to me what the conservatory is? I know what a conservatory is, but what is it in this establishment? Because it doesn't seem like there's any CCTV covering it whilst near a bar. I don't quite understand that. I know that there's been great efforts made with a CCTV. It's just whilst I'm looking at all these arrows, I don't see anything looking at the conservatory. Is the conservatory in use?
I think that's referring to the rear area. My technology has now failed me, despite showing off earlier, and I can't open all the appendices that I so carefully have set out here. So apologies. The conservatory refers to the VIP area. So it's the name given to the VIP area. So it's internal. I don't think it's a conservatory as you and I might want to understand it.
There we go. Right.
Thank you.
That will go to the next question. If that's the VIP area where glass bottles are allowed in, surely that should be covered by CCTV as well. I would have thought so. If glass bottles are allowed in there and it is somewhat more protected and more exclusive than what the rest of the club is.
My understanding is that the CCTV coverage is indeed, and I'm getting typed notes in my WhatsApp group, does cover the premises. As I can't open the document you're looking at, I'm trying to refer to it from memory. So I'm hoping that that is the correct answer. I think we're missing an arrow, but what I'm very happy to say is that if we look at the condition, we can put in the premises will be recording all times the members of the public are present at the premises and cover as a minimum all public areas. But I think there's an arrow missing, and there are in fact 2 cameras in the CCT in the VIP area. So
Thank you very much for that.
An up-to-date plan. And
always, Bob.
Can't open mine.
Thanks very much for that. There's no further questions from me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gill. I've got 3 questions. I'll take them one at a time, and I'm just going to follow on from Councillor Gill first, and regarding this VIP area, because there does seem to be a lot of let's call that uncertainty around glass bottles and where plastic bottles are and things like that. And I just wondered if you could enlighten us and basically on the physicality of preventing glass bottles getting from a VIP area into the rest of the club and ensuring that that's not possible, because that seems to be a lot of the issues that surround the club at the moment in terms of perhaps physical injuries and people saying, are they in the VIP area or not? It's a big grey area between the club and the police.
So there are the 2 VIP sections, and they're operated. One is a private room, which has individuals' booths and tables in it. And in that room, it's manned by a waitress. So there is someone in the premises in that area that is manning and taking care of the bottles. So effectively, there is a supervisor for that. The second area is the one that's adjacent to the dance floor. There are also 3 booth areas there, with again the champagne bottles being looked after and the glass bottles being looked after by a member of staff. So they are stewarded effectively, and they are watched to ensure that the bottles don't leave the area. And of course, quite apart from crime and disorder, public nuisance and so on, in order for the premises to ensure that that area remains exclusive, we want to make sure that the glass bottles stay there so that there is that clear demarcation, because otherwise what are we selling? We're selling nothing. So just commercially and reputationally, it's in our interests there. And the areas are constantly supervised by staff to make sure that they don't get out of the area. And as you can see, our commitment to non-glass everywhere else is very thorough. All of our premium drinks come in plastic bottles or toughened glass. You will know, having done many of these hearings before, that a bottle of Bud in one of these plastic bottles is actually more expensive to us than getting the glass bottles. So throughout our drinks range, we have opted for the more expensive but safer option to have. So we know how important it is to keep glass from the general population. And in order to maintain the exclusivity of the VIP area, it is constantly supervised to make sure that we can promote that level of exclusivity.
Okay, thank you. Right, the next two, I think, go to the heart of the matter as far as where I'm concerned, and the question of trust. Being a licensee is a huge responsibility, as we know, and especially when you're licensing lots of products that are going into quite youngish people between the hours of 12 and 6 in the morning. So what really concerns me, and I would like a reaction to this, is, and I've used the word, the evasive behaviour around the CCTV and collecting the CCTV. You know, not to put too strong a word on it, the lies that were told that the CCTV would be provided, but then was never provided, and actually it was never available in the first place. So just tell me, why should we trust you in the future to be any better than that?
So I think you'll see that there is, firstly, an acceptance that that's just plainly wrong. There's clear embarrassment, given that this is an operator for two of your leading venues in your town, that they've failed in their sort of public safety responsibilities. And it's far from satisfactory that they've been evasive with the police. You've got their apology on record. Nonetheless, despite those failings, they have invested in them. We are suggesting that there is this quarterly review so that they've got the information. We're not trying to say anything other than we're holding out our hands. But what you also see is that they're able to understand the evidence, they are able to engage, they are able to invest. The glass bottles, the additional staff, the new SIA team, they clearly do and are able to work with you to promote the licensing objectives. So this failing of the CCTV rightly is being held against them, but it is something that can be remedied, and we have remedied. Even in these times of uncertainty, uncertain about the review outcome, we have invested in good and better CCTV in order to demonstrate what we hope will be your trust in us in due course.
Okay, I'm just going to ask a second one on trust and perhaps a breakdown. Obviously, the licensee has signed a document in the past in terms of being the premises, the DPS, and taking on all the conditions, and hasn't lived up in its entirety to all conditions. I'm sure many conditions have been fulfilled quite satisfactorily, but in the proposed conditions that you've given us in the document that we received, I've just generally, as I read through them, I took the thought that, well, many of these should be being done anyway as part of the previous set of conditions. Yes, there are some new ones there, but basically you've signed a license previously, you sign a new one with enhanced conditions. Why should we trust you to live up to even more stringent conditions?
So we have a venue that operates on the busiest nights of the week, which can have a capacity of up to of over 1,500 people. We tend to get on an average night between 700 and 800 people. In all the evidence that we've got today, we've actually got one substantiated matter. So for the vast majority of our operation, for the vast majority of nights, we operate safely, securely, and in the public interest. That's demonstrated by the fact that when we applied for a temporary event notice, the police granted it. When we asked for 3 more in December, they're just like, hang on a minute for a moment. We, with the latest opening venue, allegedly with all these issues associated with us, come knocking at the door of the police and environmental health and say, do you know what, during the busiest time of the year, during those weekends when people are likely to get more drunk, cause more trouble, we would like a temporary event notice to extend our hours. The police said, yes, we have no objection to that. In fact, we think the way you run during these times of heightened celebration, heightened tension, is a model venue. And that's why we got those tents. So if you're talking about evidence of trust, you've got it there. When we came knocking to the police saying, we want more, sir, they said yes, because you're a model venue. And that's why most of the conditions are adhered to. And what we're looking at, as per the discussion we've got in September, is not you're completely failing. We're saying, the police are now saying to us, we want more from you. We want a higher standard. And we're responding by saying, yes, we're going to invest in that because we are engaged in that partnership exercise. So, sir, you have evidence of trust. You have evidence of the adherence of the conditions. And I hate statistics. And so I'm terribly embarrassed that I'm doing that. But if you look at the number of actual incidents that are directly associated with this premises on a review, the number is staggeringly low. And that's why you can trust this venue, because it generally promotes the licensing objectives and has done so consistently at the most difficult of times for the longest of periods. So.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, right, that completes all the representations and all the questions. Now,
sorry, Chair, sorry to interrupt. Yeah. I think there's perhaps one other question that needs to be asked before you move on to the summaries. When Andrew Ashcroft for Public Health was giving his evidence, he actually asked a question in relation to the irresponsible drinks promotions, and he didn't ask it in questions again now, but he did ask it whilst giving evidence, and that was in relation to how are those promotions managed so that you don't result in people having excess alcohol. As that was raised, I think it's appropriate for that to be answered before we move on to the summaries.
So, sir, absolutely. I was not ignoring those questions. I expected Public Health to respond to me, and they chose not to. But the information I have, we've been running those types of promotions for over 4 years now. We've never had an incident. What we do is we make sure there's only one drink per person at a time. There's always operated by bar staff. They're trained to watch for excessive drinking. They're trained to refuse someone who looks to be in a difficult state. And as the Public Health themselves have said, there's no evidence, and they say that in whichever paragraph of their statement it is, that the promotions actually cause issues. The reasons I've also not addressed their request about those conditions is that, as I know your legal advisor will tell you, the problem with the irresponsible drinks promotions is that as a legal test, I think one of our senior licensing QCs worked out that you have to pass through some 15 legal hurdles in order to prove an irresponsible drink promotion. And I don't think there's been a single legal challenge to them. However, having policies that address promotions responsibly is something that we do. The measures are incorporated in our practice, and I'm very happy to suggest that we can provide you with the policy background to our drinks promotions, so you know, for example, that they're only one drink at a time, that there are only certain types of alcohol, the level of measures used, the quantity of mixture used, and I'm sure I'm not giving away trade secrets here, the fact that staff are trained to provide those records to staff trained that are responsible for those, and how they observe people that might be vulnerable or drunk, and how that feeds into the role of the welfare officer. I've got a reminder from Rebecca in the WhatsApp group stressing that they're only single measures. And I think that's the trick with a good drinks promotion. It's one that looks exciting to the punter, but actually doesn't cost that much money to the operator. And so you can be sure that the measures being used and the qualities of the booze reflect that. I'm not sure if I should have said that out loud, but judging from some of your smiles, I suspect you recognise that already.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. So we are at the point of, we've had all the representations and all of the questions. Now I'm going to ask each party to sum up. And can I remind each party that this isn't the time to introduce any new evidence or any new issues. It's just to really sum up what has been said prior to us making a determination. So can I go first of all to the police and PC Michael Jones for his summing up, please.
Sorry, Chair, can I just bring to the attention of the meeting that Councillor Mahana, who was only observing the meeting, but she has had to leave.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That still leaves us with a full committee. As we said, she was just a reserve on this.
It does, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so can I call on the PC Michael Jones then, please, to do his final summing up?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for that. I just like to quickly address some of the things that the barrister said, especially in relation to the TENs. Yeah, we did agree to the TENs.
Can I just stop? Are you bringing up? Is this summing up, or are you bringing in new issues regarding the TENs? Or
I was going to explain why we allowed them. If that's not appropriate, then I accept that. But it was just to emphasise that we were working with the venue to try and address some of the problems that we'd had on previous busy nights.
Yeah, well, I think we should just restrain ourselves to what's been said during the representations and the questions, and really it's just some final summing up comments. If you want to make any final summing up comments at all, that's up to yourself.
But that's fair enough. I'd just like to quickly say it's we take on board some of the things that have been said, that police don't always get it right. But our biggest concerns have been in relation to such things as the CCTV. We have worked with Rebecca, and a lot of the issues were sort of resolved. There were just some of the outstanding issues, especially in relation to the door teams. And up until yesterday morning, I wasn't aware that there was going to be a complete change of door team, which is one of the things we particularly wanted, as we felt. And during meetings we've had with Rebecca back in August, we highlighted this as a problem that we felt needed to be addressed. And the reason we went to the review was that we felt they weren't being taken seriously and not actioned on. We have said we do agree it is a good venue, but we just need it to be controlled properly. It is a venue that has to deal with people when they're at the most vulnerable and most drunk, and we just feel that there needs to be a professional management team to run it to a safe and satisfactory standard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, next to Lancashire County Council and Andrew Ashcroft.
Yeah, thank you. Our main sort of outstanding concern is that whether any new conditions or changes to conditions will be implemented. Bearing in mind this is the second review of the premises licence that we've been part of. Our concerns about under 18 sales are still outstanding, or under 18 access to the premises. Apologies. And we don't feel, and having discussed this with trading standards yesterday, we don't feel that a membership card, with no objection to a membership card, but it shouldn't be seen as an alternative to requiring certain types of other ID to be checked on the door via a Check 25 policy, specifically a driving licence, passport or pass card. We would also still stand by our request for a condition that the premises should be completely glass-free. That type of condition is far from unheard of in this type of premises. So we would continue to sort of seek for that condition. As also we would seek to continue to look for a condition that would preclude the sale of whole bottles of spirits for the reasons that we've raised. We do welcome the what looks like a proposed condition from the premises that does commit to validated or accredited training for bar staff. So we welcome that and we thank them for putting that forward in the proposed conditions. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to say, Sergeant Hennigan has got his hand raised. I'm not sure whether it's a point of order or...
Okay, Sergeant Hennigan, do you wish to say anything? I can't actually see Sergeant Hennigan on my screen, so you've got more information than I have, Alison, but I'll just continue for the time being. If Sergeant Hennigan wants to come back in, then please let me know. Right, so we're up to Richard Brown from Burnley Borough Council Street Scene. Anything you wish to say in summing up?
Really just that with the evidence that was in my submission, these are all environmental issues that date back to 2015, and the most recent is 2019 in terms of enforcement, but further complaints that were made just prior to the commencement of this review process. And really it's just to emphasise that while the enforcement action that has been taken has put in stipulations and requirements regarding waste management control, there has been that continuation of problems relating to the premises, which is why we have requested those conditions specific to the licence. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to, before I bring you back in, Leo, I'm just going to ask if Sergeant Hennigan is there. Sergeant Hennigan wish to say any words?
Yes, it's just a few. I just wanted to add on from PC Jones that I just want everyone to know that this decision hasn't been taken lightly to come to review, because over the last few months we've identified issues with the running of the club and have tried to work to resolve them, but it feels like everything has just been ignored. The fact that Rebecca has instructed a very respected barrister who's an expert in his field late in the day is telling of how serious the situation is. And we've been trying to have these discussions for a number of months, led by ourselves, but with a reluctance from the licence holders. I agree, yes, I've praised Maud Nightclub around what it offers, and I won't hide that because it's fact. Despite a lot of hiccups, I feel I've got a positive relationship with Rebecca. The genres of music it offers to a younger demographic in the area is extremely popular and brings people to the town. They play niche music that's very popular in the Northwest, but where we have been critical is how the club has been run in terms of promoting the licensing objectives. And I feel that with some strong management, all this could have been resolved at an earlier stage without the need for review. The decision rests in the hands of yourselves. We've given our view. We respect any decision taken by yourselves based on what you have heard, but what I do not want to see is another review or action in relation to this nightclub moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sergeant Hennigan. And finally to yourself, Leo, to sum up on behalf of Maud Nightclub.
So yes, thank you very much. So you've heard from 3 responsible authorities. Street Scene are happy with the accepted conditions. In any event, you've got an alternative legislative scheme that operates. In respect of public health, no questions were put to us in terms of where we are. They didn't challenge the police evidential basis, which they've accepted, and of course that's informed where they are. To make these requests on the back of no evidence for quite serious conditions is just inappropriate, particularly when in their own evidence they say, I have no evidence that these practices lead to crime and disorder. So how can you just make these demands? And the problem I have, respectively, with public health is that they are not there to just provide a shopping list of operational measures. They don't run bars, they don't run clubs, they don't know what is needed. So on that basis that they're not experts in that area, their own evidence says, I've got no evidence, those conditions should not be adopted. And with respect to the police, I appreciate there is some bruised egos, and we've heard that from the sergeant, but it was very decent of them to listen to the discussion of the evidence and accept it, because they didn't challenge my analysis effectively, that when you scrutinise their evidence, it is without foundation. When you scrutinise their evidence, it paints a very different picture to that which you have in fact been given, and that must be of grave concern. What you hear in their summation is that we do agree tens, because the way, interestingly enough, the way in which you deal with the problems of a late night venue is to grant it tens, because it needs more time, not less time. They've said that we take on board that they don't always get it right. They recognise that they can work for CCTV, and they both recognise that this is a good venue and it just needs to be controlled properly. So the problem that we're getting to is improve your measures. I've suggested a full suite of measures which reflect those requested by the police. They haven't been criticised, they haven't been challenged, and they haven't sought to amend them in any way. Effectively, their silence speaks volumes. They accept my legal analysis, they accept my diagnosis, and they've accepted my remedy because they've not challenged any of those. So, sir, I really commend to you my analysis of the problem and also my prescription, because it has broadly been accepted by all your responsible authorities. On the basis of their acceptance, I would urge you and your colleagues to accept it as well. Sir, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all participants and all the representations. We're now at the stage where the committee will retire to consider its determination of the application with a legal officer. What I'd ask is that all of the participants remain in this meeting, and we will retire, and then we'll come back in due course. Okay, so I adjourn this meeting.
Chair, before you retire, I'd just like to make a few comments in public before the private session takes place.
Sure.
So the application for review that's been received from Lancashire Constabulary was founded on a number of incidents that are said to have occurred at or associated with the Maud nightclub. It's clear from what's been said this morning that many of those incidents are disputed, and analysis has taken place of the incidents in particular. It's the committee's responsibility to consider the evidence that's been put forward and to determine on the balance of probabilities where the truth lies in respect of the disputed facts that are relevant to its decision. Having considered and established what it thinks to be the relevant facts, the committee do then need to consider what action, if any, needs to be taken to promote the licensing objectives. Those actions have been referred to. They're also contained at page 7 of the committee report. And they are to modify the conditions of the licence, to exclude a licensable activity from the scope of the licence, to remove the designated premises supervisor, to suspend the licence for a period not exceeding 3 months, or to revoke the licence. We've had a discussion about the conditions that have been put forward by various parties. If the committee decide that they feel that the conditions of the licence should be modified, then the committee need to consider those in light of the existing conditions and in conjunction with the various new conditions that have been proposed by the various parties. It's not necessary for the conditions put forward by the parties to be accepted as a complete package, although there may be advantages in doing so. But it is possible to adopt some or all of the conditions suggested by one party, as well as some or all of the conditions put forward by any of the other parties. At the end of the day, it's what the committee would feel necessary in order to promote the licensing objectives. As you said, I will be available in private session anyway, but I wanted to make those points in public before I did that.
Okay, before I go off, is there any questions from Maud in terms of what the legal officer has just said?
So just very simply that the entire schedule of conditions that we've suggested are to replace any and all. So it's just that's how we've presented it. That's all. Sorry, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, may I just raise something quickly? Sergeant Hannigan from Police.
Please go ahead, Sergeant. Yeah.
Very quickly, there was a few things we wanted to address in relation to some of the points raised by the barrister.
No, I'm really sorry, sir. I really need to interrupt. We've had a chance for questions. We've had a chance for something up. Your committee is being hijacked by the police officer.
No. Just a minute. We've done very well for 3 hours to get to this point. You jumped in just before me, Leo, to be honest. We've had the opportunity for summing up and all the questions and all the responses. So I was just about to adjourn before the legal officer came in. So I think we've heard as much as we need to hear, and we are now going to adjourn and consider our determination. And I'd like to thank everybody for their patience, and please stand by ready for us coming back after we've gone into private session. So I hereby adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine now.
Okay, thank you, Alison. So welcome back to the licensing subcommittee regarding the Maud nightclub. The determination of the committee is that we wish to modify the licensing conditions. We wish that the existing Annex 3 of the licence is replaced with your proposed conditions, subject to the following amendments. Under CCTV, the fourth bullet under a colour CCTV system, in brackets it says with the exception of the toilets. We just want a minor change there, with the exception of the inside of the toilets. And we want to remove bullet point 5 completely because we believe that's covered elsewhere. Moving further down the document, still under CCTV, I believe it's the